Guys, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, guys, we had already completed this, building responsive web pages using HTML5 and CSS. Now we are going to start with the next part, building interactive web application using JavaScript. Okay, total 8 sprints we have, 8 topics that we are now going to cover over there, and those topics contain certain subtopics also over there. So today we just starts with getting started with JavaScript routines, the basics over there. Guys, can you just give 2 minutes and just think some of the website you visit on a daily basis? And you need to categorize those websites based on whether they are interactive or not. And just paste your answer in the chat window. What are the websites that you have visited daily and whether they are interactive or not? Sophia replies, Santosh, what about others? Guys, I am audible now. Okay, Sri, general news website, not so interactive. Great. Online shopping and banking sites, they all are interactive. Greeks for Greeks, w3schools.com, Java Tea Points. Varsha, you have mentioned 3 websites. Are they interactive? Okay. Yes, non-interactive are just informative websites. Yeah, Deepak, non-interactive like Wikipedia. We are not like Guys, if you like, Varsha, if you just look at your outputs data, if we just talk about Greeks for Greeks, it just have guys when we just need to like differentiate between interactive and non-interactive websites, we just like interactive website are those that have some we can say some kind of functionality except the messaging and your search engine. If you look at each and every website have certain search engine over there in which you just put some data and you will filter data over there. Okay, or we can say like that interactive websites are those that accepts user input from any form. Okay guys, or if you just talk about the Wikipedia is definitely a non-interactive websites, and when we just talk about w3schools.com, we can't say it is non-interactive. If you remember, if you just run any of the code, so you modify it and run it once again, it taking a certain inputs from user also. Like, it is basically an interactive because it just provides us certain tool over there. We just majorly compare with that. Here they are talking about the main agenda is how can we add interactivity to web pages with what are the tools available and technologies that we need to learn. Guys, if you remember, sometimes when you just look at the Google browser, when there is no like you have already opened a browser and there is no connectivity, so you are able to play games over there. How are we able to play games? In the same manner, there are so many of online games, or there are so many of websites they provide us online games. How we are able to play games? Guys, can you please answer me? There are so many of websites on which we are able to play online games with the help of browser. The browsers are basically meant for web pages. How are we able to play games, guys? Shreya said something like JavaScript. Okay, okay, okay. I'm just moving. That is correct. Now, guys, have a look. Many of you have just played this particular games. Now, one more thing. I'm just going to play one more video. Guys, have a look. How does the new set of images representing Ellen turning and appear without the web page being refreshed? Search from the server and using a JS over there. Okay. Definitely in a background, there something is like going on. With the help of that, we are able to add some interactivity over there. Now, guys, this is basically one of the YouTube page. Okay. On a YouTube, how is it possible to play, pause, and forward and rewind the video? Okay. Deepak and Varsha, beta, that is fine. We just need to click on a certain buttons, definitely, and we are able to play, pause the videos, guys. Definitely, we require a certain user interface. With the help of that, we are able to add interactivity. But if we just look at the YouTube also, you are able to like put certain messages if you just subscribe any channel and just you will get reply over there also. It has some interactivity, guys. Yeah, but when we talk about, let's take example for a YouTube also, guys. In a YouTube, we just adding certain interactivity over there so that you are able to play, pause, and forward the videos over there. Now, come to the next. Guys, one more thing, if you remember, what we call it, who broadcast the tweets basically published in the browser to the world? I'm saying who broadcast the tweets published in the browser to the world. Guys, what happens? You have not done your breakfast. Ajay said user. Guys, what about others? Like server is doing or something like, is there any person is sitting over there who is just broadcasting our tweets? Guys, when we just talk about who is going to be publish the tweets over there, definitely your data is automatically updated from the server, but in a background. Yeah, Rohini, beta server is going to play an important role over there, but we have run certain codes in a background over there, so that whenever a new post is over there, that's automatically updated over there. In a same manner, if you look at whenever you just view any news website, guys, and the match score is running on that, that score is also updating parallelly. The news channel is running, and side by side, if you look at the website is updating, your news channel is updating a match score. Yeah, Ajay, dynamically updation from a server beta definitely. But in a background, we require a certain scripts. Then only we are able to update it. Server plays an important role over there. Now, guys, today we are going to start with getting started with the JavaScript part. Okay. First of all, identify the different data types available in JavaScript. Next, we are going to talk about dynamically typed variables, certain conditions, the loop, how to modularize your JavaScript code. It means we are going to talk about functions, how to create functions in JavaScript, how to invoke those functions, and we are just going to learn certain basics programs using JavaScript, the basic part. We are going to cover all of these things today. Now, if you look at, there is one image in front of you. When we talk about JavaScript, it is one of the scripting language that enables us to create dynamically updating content. It control multimedia, animate images, and pretty like we can say pretty much everything else we are able to do with the help of JavaScript. If we just look at this picture in front of you, HTML just provides you the better structure. It just provides you the structure, nothing more than that. Your JavaScript provides you the flow. It adds intelligence, guys, basically. Interactivity to the web page or a website. And if we already know what is the benefit of CSS, the CSS makes our website appealing. There are the three parts. The HTML just provides us the structure, JS adds interactivity, and CSS makes our websites appealing. And with the help of all of these three, we are able to like create a one interactive website. We just covered HTML and CSS. Now we are going to cover with JavaScript. JavaScript is one of the core technology of the web that we require. Now, have a look, guys. If you look at Google Sheet, what happens? We have Excel sheet also into our machines. Why we have used Google Sheets? Why are we using? Can you please reply? To update, to maintain the record. So Shachal, in Excel also, we are able to maintain the record if we don't use Google Sheets. Or it have certain benefits like, yeah, Deepak, to store some data online, great. Yeah, Ajay, more than one user can update dynamically and reflect it to all. The JavaScript makes your website more dynamic, engaging to the users, and with the help of the JavaScript also, we are make our website appealing. Why they have written we are able to make our website appealing? Because with the help of JavaScript, we are able to write certain scripts and just change the look and feel also, guys, of our websites. If some of the buttons are available, we don't want some of the buttons, or we would like to like change a look and feel of the button dynamically, so we are able to do that. Guys, have a look. This is basically a Sensex page, the stock market. The content of the page are updated without refreshing the entire page. We don't need to refresh the entire page, and we are able to change the web content. The next part, who interprets JavaScript? Just like take an example for Java, we require a certain like what we call it for the JRE. For HTML pages, we require browsers. In the same manner, JavaScript can be executed in browser runtime environment, or we call it node runtime environment. Guys, in a future, we're just going to talk about the node runtime environment also, but initially we're just going to work with browser runtime environment. Your browser provides a certain runtime environment on which we are able to execute JavaScript. Your it's like feeling we have a browser only, but in a background, JavaScript engine is already embedded within the browser that interprets JavaScript. What is the name of JavaScript engines that is available in a major browsers that we are using? In Chrome and Chromium, the JavaScript engine name is V8. In Mozilla and Firefox, it is Spider Monkey. In Internet Explorer, it is Chakra. In Safari, it is JavaScript Core. These are the JavaScript engines that is basically available in the certain browsers. Guys, any questions? Okay. Now, in browser, JavaScript can add new HTML. As I said, if you like if you would like to change the look and feel also, change the content, modify style of the web page. It means if there is no like we are able to add web page also at runtime. We are able to change the content, any content, and we are able to modify the style also of a web page. Now, how we are able to do it? Your browser send request over a network to the remote servers, download that file and upload a file, and just give the response according to that particular request, whatever the file they download. And it reacts according to user actions. Like what are the user actions? It might be user hit any key on a keyboard or run the mouse pointer or the click of your mouse. It reacts to the user action based on the whatever the user did any action. I'm just going to show you one more part over there. How like when we just talk about send a request and how is it now in browser. There are the certain things that we are not able to do with the help of JavaScript. We are not able to read and write arbitrary file on a hard disk or copy them or execute the programs. It can easily communicate over the net to the servers where the current page came from, but receiving data from other sites and domain is crippled. We are not able to receive or like any data from other sites or other domains. Different windows or different tabs don't know about each other. If you are working on a same browser, let's take an example. You have opened nit.com, you have opened w3schools.com. These two websites can't interact. Different windows don't know about each other, may not have any access from where they have come. Now I'm just going to show you one part and just going to share the screen. Now guys, what happens, let's take an example. This is basically your server. The second point I'm just explaining. This is your user. Okay. Now, when we said with the help of browser, user is sending any request. So this is your request from user machine. Okay. Over the browser. Your request goes to the server. What happens? The server checks the page, which page request you have done. They send the response. In the form of HTML page with if any JavaScripts exist. When you request any web page, the server sends the page and a JavaScript also. And that particular JavaScript goes download into your machine. As if you remember, if you filled any of the form, you just it just give you error message. You have not entered a 8-digit password. It does not contain at the rate in an email ID. Your phone number should be like this. There are the certain checks when you just filled any form. Okay. So these all checks are basically done with the help of JavaScript. Guys, whenever you just request any page, with that particular page, whatever the JavaScript it contains, it goes downloaded into your machine. Guys, this thing is point is clear. Okay. Deepak, I have written MC in a short form here, machine. Is a shortened notation for machine. Guys, screen is visible now. Okay, thank you. Now, hello word in JavaScript. If you would like to write just a simple hello in the JavaScript, how we are able to write that? A very simple demo. Display the text hello word in an alert box on the browser. I'm just going to show you this particular demo first, then move forward. I'm just going to create a one folder. Day one is just writing over there. Guys, Visual Studio screen is visible to you. Okay. Now I'm just going to create one file that is okay. First of all, I'm just going to create a one folder, guys, and just writing hello word over there. Now in this folder, I'm just going to create one file, and the file name is index.html, so that all the demos will be separated. I have created just the blank HTML page. Now we are just going to write a structure of your HTML page. Your HTML page structure is here. Now, if you remember, for writing script style, what tag we require in HTML? Yeah, definitely we require a style tag. Great, Teshwara. In a same manner, if you would like to write a JavaScript, you require a script tag. We are able to write, there are the so many of location where you are able to write the script in the head section, or it might be a external script, or in the body part. So one by one, whenever we just moving, so we are able to see all of these parts. We are able to write JavaScript in the body part, in the head section, or external also. The same way we did over there. Inline, internal, external CSS. Here also we have three parts: within the head, within the body, and external JS. So first of all, I'm just going to write within the body part. So it means we need to write a script. So we just need to use script tag. Now it says, according to slide, display the text hello word in an alert box. How to create an alert box in JavaScript? There is a one predefined function available, that is alert. If you would like to give a message, either use single quotes or either use double quotes. Single quotes and double quotes are replaceable in JavaScript. Either quotes you can use. But remember one thing, when you are using a single quotes, so just use single quotes. If you are using double quotes, so just use double quotes. We are going to write hello world. I'm just going to terminate this. So we need to write one JavaScript. That's why we are using script tag. We need to display the alert box. For displaying the alert box, we have alert function. If you would like to give any constant message, the fixed message, just take an example like you are using in Java system.out.println. In a same manner, alert we have. Alert, it means it just comes in a pop-up. When you just close some of the websites now or something like, so it just give you one pop-up and said, are you want to close this definitely or something like that. These all kinds of things are basically known as pop-ups, the alert box. Now after this, if you would like to write your code, you just simply write your code, whatever you would like to write it. No need to put it in another time. I'm just going to write after the script, nothing more than that. Now, the same way, right click, open with live server. Guys, have a look. Are you able to see the output? I have already shared this screen also. This is basically one of your alert box, guys. Hello world. If you click OK, this box goes off and your web page will come. I'm just refreshing once again. Your page hasn't come. If you look at the first scripts run, if you just click OK, then your page generates after that. Guys, in this, any doubt? Okay, I'm just modifying this, just writing something before the taking one more para. And just writing before the script. Save the page. And just guys check. When we just click OK, it just give us what happens. It just have a look. It sometimes takes time not to load the page. So that's why it's taking time. I'm just refreshing. If we just click OK, then the first before script, then after that, after script comes. Now, moving forward. Guys, we have already covered this. Alert function is basically of JavaScript. The purpose of this particular function will display the text. Now, come to the next part, the variables. How we are able to declare variables? While writing a JavaScript. We already know what is variable. Variable is basically a named storage location that stores some data. So there are the two ways for declaring a variable in JavaScript. One is let, another is var. One more thing, guys, when we just talk about data types of JavaScript, the data types of JavaScript, when we just talk, is a typed language. When we just talk, is dynamically typed language. We don't need to give any when you need to declare any variable, there is no need to declare a data type of that particular variable. It is basically a dynamically typed language. If you look at, there is a one of the thing is given over here. There, var is a keyword that basically declaring it is a variable. Message is my variable name, and we are storing hi over there, and we just display hi. Guys, have a look. If you know, in Java also, if you would like to display any variable, we don't give double quotes over there. If your message is constant, then give double quotes. If it is variable, then without quotes. Remember this thing. Next, if you look at let message once again, hi, alert message. If you look at the code, they both gives us the same output. Both where and let are used to declare variables in JavaScript, guys. Only the main difference is scoping rule. Only the main difference is scoping rule. It means till what scope you are able to access where kind of data, and till what you are able to access let. So now comes to understand that what's the difference between where and let. There is one code is given in front of you. Have a look first. I'm just giving you 2 minutes time. Yeah, Deepak, we can say like that, the global and a local variable. If you look at the code of var, guys, the var keyword, the variable declared by var keyword are scoped to the immediate function body. The scope of this var is still this body. Whereas the variable declared with let keyword having a scope of certain block. If you look at this, guys, move variable is declared in this block only. So it means the scope of move is only in this particular block. If we just accessing outside this block, it gives you reference error message, guys. Guys, point is clear. If you declared any variable, I just explain you what is the meaning of console.log also. Wait for that. If you declared any variable with var keyword, its scope within a function. If we declared any variable with the let keyword, so our scope to immediate enclosing block. Enclosing block, when we are just talking about, denoted by your curly braces, guys. Okay, one more point. If you declared a variable with var keyword, are hosted with undefined before the code is run. Let's take an example. If you have declared any variable, I'm just writing a code over there, like here only, first of all. Or let's take an example. If we just declared any variable var, guys, we have not given any value. So it is defined as undefined. Which means they are accessible in their enclosing scope even before they are declared. Okay. But when we are just going to talk about let variables are not initialized until their definition is evaluated. Accessing them before the initialization result gives you the reference error. If you just see in the slide, this particular line gives you the reference error. Okay. Now, I'm just going to show you this particular part also. Just writing variable HTML, variable.html. Your coach, HTML5. We are just going to write your script. Now, have a look. We are going to write any function, anything. We just we have declared any variable and have given a value, guys. When we just going to, what is that? Guys, if you see, I have given one message with the help of alert box. We just display with alert. Now, if you would like to display the message on browser console, if you would like to display the message on the browser console, so then we have console object and we have a log function over there, and we just pass over there variable. If you would like to display any message on browser console on the developer point of view, so with what we need to use, we need to use console.log, guys. Now, where another variable we have declared over there. Now we just writing console.log once again and displaying a value. Your function is closed here. Now we need to run this particular function. So we just simply need to write run. First of all, just run the code and check the output. Guys, I have not written anything on the body. So what you need to just open the developer window, like inspect or control shift I. Guys, in the console, guys, have a look. Earlier we just talked about element. Now today we just going to talk about console. Here we are able to see the output.
Ma'am, can you please tell this again? How we had made this output of console?
Like you are able to understand how to view it, or you want me to code?
Ma'am, how to view this?
Browser open, Control Shift I beta,
Okay, ma'am.
or either you just do one thing, right click, go to inspect. From where you are just checking now page is responsive or not. You are doing
Yes,
something
ma'am.
like the same part. Just
Got
go
it.
to console part over there. Have a look. This you are getting an output over there. Console, it means browser console. So this is basically the browser console. The same way we like use in IntelliJ, you have a like command prompt over there, IntelliJ Windows over there. In the same way, we have a console of browser. Now, we are just going to write. If you want to write another script, so I'm just writing another script and just checking output for that. So I'm just taking it as run one. In place of var, I'm just using let. Here also, I'm just using let and just running a run one. Save the code. Guys, have a look. The reference error. The slide says this thing only to you. Guys, the point is clear to all now? Okay. Now moving to next. Remember, variable has function scope. It is initialized before we have declared. And this let has block scope. Now, next, there are the certain limitations on the variable. What? The variable name must contain only letters, digits, or symbol, dollar or underscore. One more thing, the first character must not be a digit. Next, to declare a constant, use constant. It means if you don't want to update the value, let's take an example of just compare Java final keyword. If we declare any variable as a final in Java, are we able to modify it? Are we able to reassign a value to final variable in Java? In the same manner, if you want to declare any variable, we don't want to reassign a value, then we need to use const keyword, guys. So we are just declaring a const variable name, the date. Here we are reassigning. We are not able to reassign a constant. One more thing, if your variable name is consist of multiple words, just like take an example of Java. If your variable name is bank account, once again here also we are going to use camel case. Have a look in my birthday. M is small, it consists of two words, my and a birthday. B is capital, just like the Java. There are a few reserved keywords that cannot be used as a variable name. Let, const, class, function. There are so many of keywords that we are not able to use it as a function name. When you are sure, guarantee you don't want to change a variable name, so then definitely declare it with const keyword, guys. Whatever the variable name you have given, that should be precise, that should be clear. That basically stores the data. Now, the thing is, how are these variable declaration different from other programming language? Guys, if you look at the code, okay, I'm just going to declare one more variable, so that I'm just going to declare a variable age and just storing a one value 10. Guys, if you remember in Java, whenever you need to declare any variable, you need to define its data type first. Here, there is no need to define any data type. You just need to write var variable name equal to 10. I have given this, whatever the value you have given to right hand side, it takes it as its type. It automatically takes its type. Now, I just show you in this particular part, I'm just writing one more thing like console.log type of foo type of age, or we just write constant message foo type. Guys, if you look at the way we did in Java, constant message plus operator. Now save the code and check the output, guys. Guys, can you please reply? Have you understood this? It's automatically takes the data type of foo is string, the data type of age is number. I have used just one predefined function for this. That is type of. Now, As I said, how are these variables different from other programming language? There are the difference like statical and dynamically typed language. When we just talk about statically typed language like your Java, C, C++, .NET, these all are your statically typed language. A language is statically typed if the type of a variable is known as compile time. If the type of variable is known as compile time. A language is typically typed if the type is associated at runtime, guys, not named variable or field. In statically typed, the programmer must specify what type each variable is. Here, we don't need to declare the type of every variable. What is the benefit of here? All the type checking is done at compile time, so that if there any bug, that is resolved at compile time. When we just talk about this, most of the like scripting language have this feature. There is no compiler, so that if there is no compiler, the static type checking, then the chance of interpreter misinterpreting the type of variable. So it might be you use the wrong type, you have defined the wrong value, so that you got error, or we can say we will going to get error at the time of interpretation. They have already showed you what are the language. There are so many of language like Python, PHP. They all are dynamically typed languages, guys. Example is string foo. Here we just take an example of let foo or a var foo. Anything you can just choose. Now, what are the data types? How you need to declare? If you have a string type of data, either you use single quotes or either you use double quotes. If you have a number or an integer or a floating point, the three something like or exponential 10 digits we just talk about. The big int, if you just give it a very big value of numeric type, if you just give boolean, the true and false, the same as Java. A variable whose value is not defined, if you have not defined any value, so that is undefined for let. If you need to declare any variable as a null, then you need to write variable name and a null. The data type whose instance are unique and immutable. Just take an example of Java string. In Java, strings are immutable. In a same manner, if you want to create any variable and instance as a unique, then we need to use let value symbol as your value symbol. Then we need to use, if you would like to create an object in the form of key value pair, then we need to use let student curly braces start and curly braces close. We need to declare the value in the form of key value pair. I just tell you how to declare a value in the form of key value pair. Now guys, have a look in front of you. We have declared a constant variable, first name John. We are checking its type, that is string. We have declared another variable, last name. Give a type do. Type of last name, we just declare a string. We are here, we are concatenating first name and a last name in the second part. So I just tell you what is the meaning of this last. Till the first two, do you have any doubt? Guys, you should reply all. Now, I'm just going to tell you this thing with the help of Visual Studio only. Guys, have a look. I'm just going to declare a two variable. Either you use let or either you use constant or var. I'm like, it does not make any sense. Anything you can use here.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, why are we using constant for string type like we are using constant for the numbers, right?
Said what I said. What is the meaning of constant?
The, the value which we have to remain fixed or
Fixed,
constant.
a constant. Okay. Let's take your name. It's
Yes.
going to be changed.
No.
It should be fixed.
Yeah. Okay. Okay,
I
ma'am.
have I have given you comparison from final keyword.
Mm, yes, ma'am.
Guys, don't confuse. Constant is not only for numeric type of data. Or one more thing, if I'm not wrong, they have given. But I have a look here also. Once again, I'm just opening a slide. We have enclosed in single quotes. If you look the code, if you look at the code, it is in single quotes. So in JavaScript, single quotes or a double quotes type of data assumed as string type. So we have not given any numeric type of data. Have a look. Data point is clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm showing that part. The last name, something like I have written. Okay. Now, guys, I would like to display this message on console. And I want like this. First name is this, last name is this. So like, or I would like to concatenate both and I give space between these two things. So first of all, I'm just writing first name. I would like to give a certain space between first name and a last name. First of all, in Java, if you remember for concatenation, we have plus operator to concatenate two string. Here also we are able to concatenate two string with the help of plus operator. First of all, look at this code. I'm just showing you console browser. Guys, have a look. What's the output? I have declared two variable and just display into console.log with the help of plus operator. Now I want space between the first name and the last name. What I need to do? I need to give some space like this. Look at the code output. Anjali space single. Okay. One more thing, if we just talk about, there are other ways also, guys. With the help of that, let's take example here. We need to write some constant message. So we need to start the double quotes. We give the message, something like that. So we have another way also that is basically known as backtracking here. So you just write console.log. If you have a variable name, what you can do, first of all, I'm just create one variable, constant full name. Guys, I'm just using a symbol that on which you have a tilde operator now, bottom to tilde operator. Used dollar, curly braces, just write first name. If you would like to give space, dollar, curly braces, last name, close it, put semicolon. These two are the operators that is available where we have a tilde operator. Like I'm talking about a tilde operator I have given into this. I have showed in the chat window. Or either if you want me to type here, you just see. This is your tilde operator. Yeah, below the escape button. So this is basically known as backtracking. If you would like to give constant message also, na beta. So was simply write first name is. We don't need to like give plus operator or something like that. We just save our life with that. Now, okay, I have not saved. I think so. Oh no, I have saved the code. Why it says
Pass full name.
The full name in the console.log.
we have not given full name. That I have checked. When you just say na at the same time. It's reloading. Wait. Guys, have a look. Is there any benefit of using a backtracking? There is no need to double quote, start double quote, then plus operator, this thing. We don't need to write like this. Now, guys, I'm just giving you 10 minutes time. You just start practice for this. Check, just try to run all of these codes into your machine, and just after that, I just move forward.
Can you please move back to the previous slide, to the Visual Studio?
Okay, you are talking about Visual Studio, beta?
Yes, ma'am.
Huh. Yeah, Sophia, I'm doing that, beta. Any question? Beta, if we are not like, if you remember, na, in Java, what happens if we need to give constant message and then variable name? Constant message is always in double quotes. Here also constant messages in either in double or either in single quotes. If you would like to any variable, then what we need to use? The plus operator. So again and again, remembering whether we have closed the quotes or not, whether we have given a plus operator properly or not. So that thing we just skip if we are using this backtracking. If you see, I have not used any single or double quotes, any operator, the plus operator, anything else. I have not used anything.
Ma'am, show the code once.
Wait. Mm. Beta, you are not able to see the code? I think screen sharing paused, I think so. Guys, have a look. If you look at here, I have not used any plus operator for concatenate the two things. Guys, any questions? Okay. I'm just giving you 10 minutes time for this. You just check. Or it can be exponential. Number represent both integer and floating numbers, decimal and exponential. A number type can also be infinite in a positive or a negative, or it can be not a number. Now, guys, have a look. We have declared one constant number one. We have given our data 3.433. It means it is having a floating type of data. Constant number two, exponential, 10 raised to the power 5. If we just check the type in both, it gives you the output number. Constant 3. Constant John A is 33. If we just check the type of 3, what will be the type of 3 variable?
String.
Yeah, string. If you concat string type of data into numeric, what type of data you will get? You will get string type of data. You will get string type of data. If you look at the output below, we are just concatenating John age plus 3. John age is of number type, 3 is of string type. So then this operator is not an addition operator. This operator is concatenation operator, guys, remember. So then output is 333. It concatenates 3 and John age. If you would like to perform addition, now guys have a look. John H plus space plus 3. In this way, we need to write. And you will get the output 36. Guys, point is clear in both case. The single plus operator, in here we are using a 2 plus operators. If one data is of string type, another data is of numeric type, if you are going to use a plus operator, then output will be the string type. Okay, moving forward. The next is Boolean type. Constant. Is John eligible to vote? We have declared a variable true. True. Is John a military veteran? We have declared it as false. If we just check the type, in both the case, we will get Boolean. What is the purpose of Boolean type of data? With the help of Boolean type of data, we are able to check logical conditions. It represents either of the two values, either true or either false. Now, next. JavaScript undefined. The undefined data type represent value that is not assigned. If you look at the code, we just declared a variable constant, variable name. We are just displaying that particular variable. It gives you the output as undefined because we have not declared any value. If you just check the type of undefined variable, then its type is undefined. Guys, both the Boolean and undefined is clear. Why it's saying undefined? Because we have not given any type, any value. So it has not decided what type of data you are storing and what will be the type of that particular variable. Guys, can you, all of you guys, please reply? No. Moving to next. JavaScript null. In JavaScript, null is a spatial value that basically represent empty or non-exist value. Null must be assigned. If you look at constant digit null. And if you're just going to check its type, it says its type is object. Guys, if we have not declared equal to null, then what output you will get? Yeah, great, Deepak. We will get undefined. Remember, guys, one thing, same as Java. Here, when we just talk about null is different from undefined. It is not strictly equal to undefined, because when we just assign a value null to any variable, then we will get it as an object. If we have not defined a null, if we just check that particular variable type, then it will be undefined. The undefined data type represents value that is not assigned. If a variable is declared, but the value is not assigned, then the value of that variable will be undefined. If you don't want to declare any value, then just declare it as null. Now, next come to JavaScript object. Guys, if you remember, in collections, you have gone through map, the key value pair. In the same manner, if you would like to create a objects in Java, how you are able to create an object in JavaScript? For creating an object in JavaScript, first of all, we know that what do you mean by object? In JavaScript, an object is a complex data type that allow us to store a collection of data, and that data should be of different type. Here, if you see, we are just declaring a one constant object, that is a person, that having a certain values. The first name, John, the last name, Doy. The full name is John Doy. The age we are declaring as 33. The age 3 years later is 36. Is he is able to vote or not? We are defining that. And it is military person or not. We are defining it with the help of a false value. Remember, for like declaring any objects things over there, you need to declare a first of all curly braces. Just take an example of in Java, you have declared an array. The same way we need to declare as object. Now, once again, here is a one demo that it says data type in JavaScript. Store details of all the employees working in Pentagon organization. The details to stores are, it means we need to store the details of our employees who working in a Pentagon organization. What are the details that we need to store? The first name, last name, employee code, designation, whether they have opted for medical insurance or not. So we need to create one object. Now, just going for this, I'm just going to create one another folder in this. Wait. Why just creating a folder inside this? I just close this. I'm just going to create a folder from there only. Otherwise, it is and give it a name as JavaScript data type. Just okay. Now create a file that is index.html, and I'm just going to create a one more folder in this. In this, we are going to write a now, guys. I'm just going to write a one external JS here. This is a folder. In this folder, I'm just going to create one file, JavaScript, and just give it any name. I'm just writing script.js. Pentagon employees, we need to declare certain details. So I'm just creating a one object, employees equal to, just define a curly braces and declare the one values, key value pairs. So just taking it as employee ID, something like this. First name, Anjali, either you just put it into single quotes, comma, guys, yesterday I have gone through some of the codes, all of your guys. So please work on alignment. If you just work on alignment for checking errors is quite easy for us also. Give some spaces properly. Guys, I have given first object data. If you just see this curly braces representing a first employee data. If you would like to give more data, just put comma, just put it into another block. Just give it a value. Any value you just give it. And just take it as false here. I have created a one object employees and that contains 3 employees data. If you look at 1047 is your key that basically representing employee ID and this is the data. The first name, last name, salary, designation, has medical insurance or not. This thing is given over there. Guys, point is clear. Just take an example of Java. In Java, we just need to declare the values. Here we are just declaring in key value pair. Or take an example of maps. If you need to declare a constant map. Okay, moving forward. This is done. What is the type of X in below declaration?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
I was disconnected for 2 minutes. What did you do exactly in the last demo?
I have just created one employee object that contains 3 employees data.
Acha, only JavaScript file kya?
Yeah. I have not
Okay.
run. Okay, if you like, I have not like. If you want me to run this code, I have not run it. Okay, if you would like to, guys. Okay, we just run also, na. If you want. So this is your JavaScript code. Now, if you want me to run this, so for displaying a data also, what I'm just going to write console.log. I'm just writing employees list. I just forgot like put like right there. I'm just going to write the object is employees. Fine. Now go to your index.html. Here, just define the body part. In the body, just define the script. Source dot slash js what is my script file name? Script dot js. Or if you would like to represent the root, so you will just represent the root also, like in the current folder. Guys, if you just look at the on the script, when we just close the object curly braces, I'm just displaying a data. Your all employees data. In the index page, I'm just calling this external file. Have a look how to call external JS. Now run the code. Control Shift I. Guys, check the output.
Can you show me the code once?
This is just a calling of script.js file. In the console.log, I have defined employees object. Guys, any doubt in this? Otherwise, I just proceed further. Okay. So this is basically your object notation, as already you told. Fine, moving for next part. Conditional construct in JavaScript. How to write conditional construct? Already we know like conditions in Java. If else, switch, and ternary operator. The same way we are able to apply conditions statement here. That basically allow us to make certain decisions, guys. So we have different conditional construct, if else, switch, and ternary operator. The same way we just talk about as we did in Java. If your condition, and that contains, if the condition is true code, and else part contains the else part. If the condition is not true, we are able to write single if condition also. If else, if you would like to create a ladder of if else, if else, that is also allowed here. If the condition is true, then this particular statement is going, whatever the statement you have written here is going to be run. If the condition is false, then whatever the statement you have defined here is going to be done. Now, the switch case, the same if you look at, the same as Java. The switch, your expression, the case, whatever your choice one. The same way, if it is numeric, just write simply case one. If it is of string type, you need to just give it into either single quotes or either a double quotes. Your breakpoints, your case, the choice two, the break, your default case, and just run this code. Guys, I think there's no issues, all of you, in this if else and a switch case. If you just look at the code, the syntax also, it is similar. So I'm not going to waste a time on this. Later on, we are just going to definitely use somewhere if else or switch case, so that will come. Now the next part is ternary operator. The ternary operator is a shortcut of if else. Your condition, your question mark, this is your true part, and this is your false part. If you look at, we have designed one function get free, that takes one argument, and in the return, we are just checking whether it is true, then it gives $2. If it is false, then it gives $10. If you are not passing any value, guys, then it is treated as false. Remember this thing. If you have not passed any value, then it is treated as false. Okay, guys. So I just tell you how to write this function, and this I just come to that. So first of all, remember the ternary operator. This should be the ternary operator from here. Is member, your question mark, your true value, colon, and your false value. It is basically the replacement of if else condition. Now come to the loops in JavaScript, the same we have in Java. Loops offer a quick and easy way to do something repeatedly. We know that we have a different loops that are provided in JavaScript for do while, for in loop, for off loop. These two loop syntax is like different, that I need to tell you. But when we talk about for, do while and while, they all are same. Now come to here. For loop is basically like repeats until a specified condition evaluates to true. Just look at your for, initialization, your condition, your increment expression, and this is your statement. Let's take an example. If I would like to display the numbers from 1 to 10, we are able to do it. What we need to write? What I'm just going to do, I'm just going to create one more file and just take it loop.html. So just write HTML5, guys. Okay. Now I'm just going to write a script. Within this script, I'm just going to write for I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. I'm just writing directly the for loop. I'm not giving any function or something like that. In a console.log, I'm just displaying a value of 5, guys. So you just right click and just check the code. Have a look. Now, that is for in loop. Let's take an example. I'm just going to declare our constant variable. Let's take an example, a word that they have already given over there. Just writing a hello over there. Now we just write for, you just declared any variable, let I in word. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to print console.log and we are just printing I over there, guys. We have declared a one variable. We are just put a loop on that particular variable word here. This I should be anything. Now if you just save the code and check the output, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What it gives you, guys, it gives you the index number. It gives you the index number of, when we talk about word contains what? Word contains hello. So one by one, every word goes to I and it display the index number. It displays 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 because we have 5 characters in hello. The next is for of loop. This variable is already declared. Guys, I'm just going to use the same variable, just writing for let I of word. This display the value. It does not display the index number. If you use in keyword, then it display the index number. If you use of keyword, then it display the value. Then console.log. And if I'm just going to display the I. Just check the output, HEL. If you look at it, just says L is twice. So that's why they just put twice. They have not printed it twice. So we can say like that, the for in statement, if we just talk about this, iterate a specified variable, overall enumerable properties of an object. Okay, and it just display the index number. So, this thing we are going to use when we are just going to use array maps in JavaScript. Guys, any doubt in this? The one is you have the basic for loop that we have already used. This is, if you remember, you have advanced for loop in Java. This is a replacement of that. Yes, it fetched the index number, beta. Index number of every character, Varsha. Okay, come to the next part. The same thing is given in the slide. I'm just moving forward. The do while loop. The do while loop execute at least once, whether the condition is true or false. The while loop, when we just talk about that, like a while statement executes a statement as long as the specified condition evaluates to true. The same as Java. Guys, I need to show the demo for this. Because there is no change in the syntax and nothing at all. Only the way if you have to declare a variable with the var or with the let keyword, that depends on you. One more thing, whenever you just declare any variable in the loop, something, so use let, because it having just block scope. If you declare a var, then it scope is extend, remember. Okay. Now come to the next. It's talking about loops and conditional construct. Highlight vowels in a given string by converting them to uppercase. Okay. Now I'm just going to show you one demo corresponding to this according to the problem statement. So what we can do, just give it a name. Here only I'm just going to create a one file beta. And just give it a name as conditional.html. And going to create one more JavaScript. Case change.js. Conditional.html. Okay, wait. Cut and paste over there. This is my blank file, conditional.html. I'm writing HTML5. Just creating a blank HTML page. Declaring a script. Define its source. That is /JS folder. Change case.js. Now read the problem statement once again. Now you need to tell me the logic. guys. What it says, highlight vowels in a given string by converting them to uppercase. If it is a vowel, then convert into uppercase. Now, come to change case.js. So I'm just going to declare a one variable, let text, and just writing a quick brown fox. I'm just taking this. One more thing. Let highlighted text equal to, just take it as empty text, guys. Guys, one more thing. In JavaScript, it is not mandatory to put semicolons. If you look at, I have given, but it is not mandatory to terminate a line. Now, what I'm just going to write, console.log. I'm just displaying a text first of all, so that we are able to see what is a text. Now, guys, can you please tell me the logic? What we can do? Yeah, definitely we can use for off loop. Great. For let character of text. We need to check the condition. If character equal to a, your pipe operator, character equal to I, okay, there is a spelling mistake, guys. Wait. Oh, and the last one is yours. You. Guys, I'm not writing I'm not checking for uppercase also. It might be, it contains certain uppercase characters also. So you just check that also. It might be A is already in uppercase or something like. I'm not writing that. Highlighted text plus equal to character dot. Guys, have a look. If you remember in Java, we have one predefined function. In a same manner, we have up to uppercase. If it is this, single line, then there is no need to put curly braces. If you want, you just put it. Your else part. Then no need to convert into character. At the last, you just display your message after the for loop. That is console.log. Your highlighted text. Guys, I need to explain this something like we have created an empty string. This is plus assignment operator I'm using, the character dot to uppercase, and we just here appending a character. Guys, anyone have any doubt in this logic? I think no, according to me, no one has any doubt. Because you did a lot in Java. These just a very basic logic. Okay, now I'm just what I needs to do. I just need to show you the output. Open with live server once again. Guys, have a look. The output. Only the function is left now. Okay, now moving forward. There is a one quick check. What will be the output from below code? Guys, others also please reply. Can anyone explain me why it gives you the output is 0? That is correct. Whosoever have given the answer 0. Can you please explain, any one of you just unmute and explain why it gives the 0 result?
Ma'am,
Mhm.
in line number 1, x1 is not initialized, so it will give 0.
Okay. Guys, remember one thing. If you look at let x1, we have not defined x1, so that x1 value is undefined. So it should be undefined pipe operator and 0. If you remember the concept of OR operator, your OP operator uses right value, guys. Your OR operator uses right value if left is undefined or null or false. The answer, right, remember, the OR operator uses right value. Guys, have a look. Y1 would be assigned 0. X1 is undefined because the OR operator uses the right value if left is undefined or null or false. Shriyesh, the point is clear, beta?
Yes, ma'am.
You all have given an answer right, but remember the why we are getting 0 here. because this is treated as like undefined or not defined, like false or something like that. That's why it just give you the right value. Now, moving forward, the last part that we need to cover here, functions in JavaScript. We already know what is the use of functions. If we use functions, it gives you modularity. Like we are able to reuse also, and we are able to divide our applications into modules. A function is JavaScript is basically similar to the procedures, a set of statement that performs a certain task. Calling a function actually performs specified actions with the indicated parameters. JavaScript function do not have return type. We don't need to declare a return type over there. The data type of function arguments are not specified, unlike other objects oriented programming language, guys. So we don't need to declare a data type of the arguments. If you look at, for declaring a function, we have a function keyword. Square is my function name. Number is the argument. We are passing one argument. Right now, we have not decided whether it type is string, whether it type is numeric or anything else or boolean. It's just your variable name number. We need to return a one value. For returning a value, we have a return operator. We are writing number into number. We are multiplying. We are concatenating. Guys, if we just pass a numeric data at the time of calling, just how to call your function name, and we are passing the values. Square 5, it just give you 25. If we are not passing anything, it just give not a number. If we just passing string type of data, it gives a not a number, NaN, not a number. If you pass 3, 4, 5, 6, multiple values, so it just give you the first number square. 3 into 3, 9. So whenever you need to design any function, just write function keyword, your function name, your argument, and the body part. It depends on you, your function is returning something or not. That totally depends on you. Guys, any questions in this? Okay, when we talk about functions, the first class citizen of JavaScript, they can be assigned to variable like data. They can be passed as a parameter to other functions, just we did in Java. They can be returned from a function. It can be returned from another function also. The same, the Java concepts. Okay, now come to the next part, another demo. Just read this particular demo, what it says. Implement logic to calculate the selling price of commodity of a store based on the cost price and the profit percentage. We need to calculate the selling price. Okay. Now, just going to write selling.js. Selling price.js is my JavaScript. Once again, is just The file I'm just going to create. Selling price dot HTML. So we are just writing HTML code. Define your script. .js. Selling price.js. Just go to selling price.js. Just write one function. Function calculate selling price. Guys, just follow the same naming conventions as Java. Let selling price equal to so first of all, what I'm just how to calculate it. Let's guys, first of all, just take one object. I'm just going to create a one object that is product. In this, I'm just going to declare certain things like product ID colon like this something cost price something like 450 and profit percentage. This should be 15. Selling price, as we are just declaring it 0 because initially we don't have any selling price. We need to calculate that, guys. Now, here we are writing let selling price is this. So how, guys, we need to access the cost price. How will you just access? You need to write product dot. If you remember, it is an object dot cost underscore price plus. We need to calculate the profit over there. Product dot profit percentage divided by 100 multiply by product dot cost price. Now next product dot selling price equal to your local selling price variable. We are assigning selling price to this particular variable. This is your local variable, this selling price, and this is another. Or if you have any confusion, so what you just do one thing, in place of writing a selling price, you just write test price. It's not a good approach for using a S, but even then for your confusion purpose. Like now, you have already created a function. Simply what you need to do. Sorry. You need to call the function calculate selling price. Okay, now one more thing at the time of calling a selling price, what I'm just going to make a change. This takes one argument. So I'm just passing an argument over there, this product. Now at the last, I'm just writing console.log your product object. Guys, this product can be anything. XYZ, you just write. When you just calling a function, we are just passing product. This product should be this one. Now check the output once. Guys, have a look. Now look at the code once again. If you have any doubt, you just ask me. We have declared a one object of product type. This is my function. So that takes one argument. XYZ, you just write anything. So we are just accessing the cost price, the profit percentage. At the time of calling, this product should be this one. So it goes over there and we just patching the cost price, profit percentage from that. And in this line, we are updating the selling price. Guys, any doubt? Okay. One more thing, guys, all you have known on lambda expression. In JavaScript also, we have the same functionality. That is, in JavaScript, we just call arrow function. It is not talking about a lambda, it's just known as arrow function. So how to write arrow function? So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to comment this. I'm just going to write arrow function for the same. So now check how to write the arrow function. So what we need to do, I'm just writing let, or if you don't want, so you just write const first const after calculate selling price. This is your function name equal to operator, your parameters. Okay. If you want to pass these parameters in, if there is only single parameter, then there is no need to give parenthesis. Otherwise, you can give also your arrow. And in this, you just write your functionality, whatever we did here. The same as Java. If you look at, this is the argument list. This is your function name. If you check this also, if you see the output. And it just says that prototype also, guys, if you see the object. This is the arrow function. This product is your argument list. This is your function name. We are calling the function and we are just passing argument over there. Now come, I'm just going to tell more about this. Guys, can you just answer me this particular quick check? What does a function in a below code return? Guys, have a look once. What does a function in below code return? Are we returning any value from this particular function? Check. Yes, Shri Hari. Are we returning? Is there any return statement in this particular function? What it returns? Undefined. Alert is just a display message. We are not returning alert, guys. We have not defined return here. We have not defined any return value. Have a look. It's undefined. If you do not specify a return value in a function, it returns undefined. Now, arrow function. Arrow function is basically the compact function, just like your lambda expression in Java that I already told you, but is limited and can't be used in all the situations. Somewhere it like we are not able to use it. Guys, this have a look. This is your traditional function. Your argument, we are returning whatever the value you are passing, and we just it might, if you are passing a string type, then it can be a concatenation. If you are passing numeric, then it is your arithmetic operator, and we just plus 100. How you are able to write arrow function for this? So first you need to define your, like if you see, we have not given any function name here, so that's why simply just argument, curly braces, and a return statement. If you know, in lambda also, if lambda contains a single statement, then there is no need to give curly braces, as it shows you over there. No need to give curly braces. As I already told you, no need to give parentheses if it is a single argument. So have a look. Sorry. No need to give parentheses if it is a single argument. I have already showed you one arrow function corresponding to the same, the calculate selling price. Now, any doubt in this? One more thing, whenever you are just going to write any arrow function, first remove the function keyword. Okay, and place the arrow between the arguments and opening brackets. The next step is just you need to like remove the body brackets when we have a single line in a function body, and remove the word return. In a next step, we have removed the third step, we have removed the parenthesis. Okay, so guys, today's first half session is ended. Now it comes to, I'm just going to release a challenge also, or hardly 2 to 3 minutes. After that, you just start practicing till 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, I'm just going to take any person of the machine on a remote and just show you whatever you did. You need to show. It will not it's a very basic demo. It will not take much time for you to do. Okay, I'll just first of all, I'm closing this. Guys, in your books now, when you just go with the content, one thing is given. Can you, I'm just opening here in the slide format. You just go through that part also in JavaScript. That will help you. I just showed you that is basically known as learning consolidation. It just contains 10 to 12 slides. I'm just showing you that part. Guys, are you able to see the screen? Okay. In a fast go, I just once show you today's one part. From rest onwards, this learning consolidation, the same. This already I talked you about. There are two types of JavaScript. One is a client side, another is server side. Client side, it means it is available on client machine. If it is server side, then it is available on browser, like on server. So if you just use node.js, then it is server side basically. If it is server side, then it is basically used for database or user authentication. Let's take an example. If you need to check username password match or not, so that cannot be client side. It is always server side JavaScripting we need to use, because we need to fetch server data over there. So you just go through this once. If you have any doubt, you can just ask me. We have already declared it, just like we have covered these things. And one more thing, it contains certain self-check, majorly important part. Only majorly a self-check, it contains more. Guys, do you know in your books where you will find out? In nit.com? Or I need to show you? Anyone who don't know? So it hardly takes 10, 20 to your half an hour if you just take about. So you just visit this also once. Or if you have any doubt in these things, so you just ask me. Okay, now guys, this is your challenge. We are just going to write a very basic things right now. Now what you need to do, they have provided certain JS codes. Compute net payable amount for item purchased based on an input provided for price, quantity and discount available. In the next, we need to create a pattern. We need to generate random whole numbers in a given range. Validate a phone number using regex. Already you know regex. So how to validate a phone number? Password validation for given criteria. Calculate age and validate for eligibility to vote. Replace old string with new string. We need to write 7 JavaScript, guys. I want some of you start working from top, and some of you start working from bottom, so that all the JavaScript covers. At 1 o'clock, I'm just going to take any one of your remote, and in a 15 minute, we just brief. So what I can do, it might be all starts from top, all starts from bottom. From whose name starts from A to till N. Working on the starting JavaScript from O to Z. Starts working on password, calculate, and replace. Guys, you need to write a JavaScript. One more thing. Let's take an example. If you need to take an input from user, so you need to write, take an input from user. It should be interactive. Or initially, if you don't know how to take an input from user, so don't take it right now. I just tell you later on in a debrief session. So you just work on default values also initially. If you see, guys, they have already given certain JS file. You need to fork, clone it, and write your code here. Whose name starts from A to M. Work on starting JavaScript, 3 JavaScript first of all. If you are able to complete, you need to complete all, guys. For right now only, I'm giving this thing. If you are able to write till 1 o'clock all the JavaScript, that is quite good enough. I'm just sharing a link over the Slack. Now, guys, start working on this. Any questions from my side? I'm going to share the codes also, these. Guys, one more thing. If you want to take 10 minutes break, you just take 10 minutes break and start working at 12:30 to till 1 o'clock. done any JS script? Anyone? Yeah, there are 7, so you don't need to show all the 7s. Anyone?
Hello.
Guys,
Yeah.
any one of you have complete any of the script?
Yes,
How-
ma'am. Two are completed. Working on third.
Okay, so Ajay, we are just going to like, I'm just making you as a host.
Ajay, can you start sharing your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pattern part I have done. This is one for pattern types, sir.
Okay.
And random number generate. This is for 4-digit random number. It will generate out. And now working on phone number validation. But we still not. I have passed only one phone number.
Okay.
So
Are you using any built-in method? Which method
for
you are using?
like
Regular
there
expression.
are options showing
Okay,
na.
you are going with the regular expression. Okay.
So for phone number, I have for just checking one phone number. This one, it is showing me true. Yes, sir. Only I have only checked for one, and I will do for other also. That's much I have done till yet.
Okay. So
Shall
when you will be able to complete all the things?
so
Challenges.
working on this. It will take some time. Not much.
Okay.
Yes. Shall I stop sharing?
Okay, you can stop sharing.
Yes. Thank you.
Wait. Ajay, you just explain any of the challenge, any of the one challenge.
Any means when anyone.
Anyone.
Like first I have did the pattern.
Hmm. So you just explain the pattern, yeah, what you did.
Here like I have function is already given. I have passed one value as a parameter which I will pass at the runtime, and I did simple loop here for first loop going for that number also count. Starting it will give space. After that for this loop it will enter for this loop with space. Starting from here it will give spaces to this like 4 space. What the value I have, like 5 space I have given, then it will take space and print star. Actually the star space I have given by hard coded. Actually when I am giving space like this, then it will showing me some error, so that's why I have given here space like this. I have put three values, two values. After printing one star, then it will come up to the next line and start printing two. Such for 5 star, it will take to until 5 row. If I will change to any other number, then it will go for that row. Same I have did for random number generate random number. I have given taken one variable random and math.floor, which we are doing in Java also. Just print this value and call the function. Plus 2 is completed. Phone part is not completed, so I am working with different regex. I have checked only one phone number that is correct. I have to check for all. This 3 HTML part I have created for all. That's it, ma'am.
Yeah, wait, Ajay. Guys, all are here now. We would like to give one input for all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ajay, you just, if you look at the Ajay code, what Ajay is doing in phone number, he is just entering a default phone number. If you look at the code, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You are just entering any value, randomly value. Just you are just entering.
Yes, ma'am. From here.
Okay, from here. So
Yes.
we just make it this code more interactive. Guys, we are able to make this particular code interactive. How you are able to make your code interactive? Ajay, I'm just telling you so that you are also able to learn and others candidate is also able to see. Okay, just put your in place of just put your cursor at line number 13. Just remove the default value. Yeah. So, now, guys, we are able to create one pop-up box in which user is going to enter something. So for creating any pop-up box, we have just write prompt. Ajay, write prompt in a double quotes. Oh, in a just this is a function. This is a function. Just put
Okay.
function.
Braces.
Yeah, function in double quotes. Just write enter phone number. Okay, wait, guys, have you look? Just put your cursor over there. Prompt once again. Put your cursor over prompt. Uh, uh, Guys, are you able to see certain message? What is the return type of this? What data of is it's return? Colon string type of data is written by default.
Yeah.
This prompt returns by default string type of data. Now we need to convert this into integer. So, by default, it is of string type. So how? If you remember in scanner, we have in wrapper class, we have parsing. Yeah, here also we have parsing. So, Ajay, just write parsing and just pass prompt as a parameter over there. Or either you just put it into next line. Parse int and just pass phone number over there. Or we are able to do it in a single line also. Either store this into next variable, another variable. Yeah, and just pass the number here. Now Arjay, run the code beta. Save this and run the code. Guys, have a look.
Yes.
Prompt.
Ma'am.
It is interactive now in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't need to like check for if just
Output will be shown in console. Okay.
like what has happened. Number dot match is
No,
not.
no. Actually, ma'am, I have given not appropriate phone number. Na, like.
Okay. Fine. Guys, point is clear. Ajay, just go back to code once again. Just write it down somewhere. How to generate a one pop-up box? Enter phone number is just a message. If you would like to convert into float, then we have parse float also, guys. So when you just converting a random numbers or something like that, you are able to do like that. So guys, what we call it, for Ajay, this is also fine. Uh, is there any index file is given over there? Something like no, na?
No, ma'am, we have to create all the index files.
In no, okay, random.html. You have created these files.
Yes,
Or like
ma'am. These 3 files I have created.
okay, for calling these scripts.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, guys. Anyone have any doubt in this? The pop-up part? No, na? Okay, so in this way, you are able to make your code interactive. Now, Ajay, you just stop sharing. Anyone else who have done different from these 3 scripts?
Ma'am, I have done the check eligibility.
Check eligibility. Okay.
Yes,
Deepak, share.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, yeah. Ma'am, here is the output, ma'am. And has a code like if age is greater than 18, then it print it's eligible. Otherwise, it is not eligible.
Okay, please run the code.
Okay. So this is the output.
We cannot see your browser.
Uh, is visible.
No, you need to stop sharing your screen and share your screen again. Select.
Yes, I have done.
Yeah, now we can see.
That stopped. Okay, sir.
Now it is fine. No. Deepak, share your screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have completed only one code, or what about other codes?
So only check eligible and generate random numbers.
Okay, can you show your random number generation?
Yes. Yes, sir. So only I've done add the random function and it's showing 0 to 1 inside like this. Like so this.
Okay.
So can I stop, sir?
Yeah. Okay. So It is, you have completed only 2. Try to make it fast.
Yes, sir.
Christian Kumar, are you there? Kumar. Hello, Kumar. Kumar, you have joined and you are not responding. This.
Sir, you are calling me Prasantil Kumar.
Yeah, Prasantil Kumar. Yes.
Yes, sir. I have joined through mobile phone. Actually, my network is not working fine. But I have completed 2 of them. One is the eligibility one, and another one is the replace system. I can share you the
Okay.
code on.
From morning, you have connected to mobile or just now?
No, sir. Just
Okay. So can you share your screen before afternoon session?
sure, sir. And I can also share you the code on the Slack site. Or I shall. Yeah, I can also give you the screenshot.
No, now it is not necessary. When things are your issue is getting resolved, you can share your screen. Maybe before afternoon session. Okay.
Okay.
So what about Pranali?
Yes, sir. I have completed 2 codes, but it's not running.
Why? What is the issue?
Yes, I'm resolving.
Which 2 code you have completed?
Yes.
Pranali, which exercises you have completed?
Yes, sir.
Which exercises?
Pattern matching, phone number validation,
Okay.
star
So
pattern.
you're getting error in pattern also.
Yes. It's not error, but output is not showing. And error.
Output is not displayed, or you're not getting the expected output.
No, output is not showing, and there is no error also.
Did you check in the browser?
Yes. May I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
This is my code.
Okay.
And
Click on user messages. Hello, HTML. Yeah.
no, sir.
Did you double click on it?
Yes.
Click on the arrow mark next to one message.
Here.
Left side, above one user message.
Above?
Above one user message. Not here, on the left. Yeah. Click on this hello HTML. Why you are not getting the output? Are you double clicking on it? You are just placing the pointer there.
First I clicked singly, then double, but both are not working.
Okay. So click on that messages icon with the number 1.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Johnson, if you look at,
I think there is an error.
Yeah, there is some error, console live load enabled. You just cross this, close this Pranali, and just run it once again.
Okay, ma'am. I will run it and then show it.
Wait. Johnson, have a look.
Yeah,
code.
okay, I'm looking at it.
Just have a look the code.
Pranali, you are just printing 5.
Means, sir?
See, when you call a function, you need to pass a parameter where you are calling the function and passing the parameter.
Here
You need
I
to call this function, right? This is not a function, right? You are just using
yes, I
console.log to
have to
print
call the
5.
function. Yes.
So outside this function, you need to call this function, check pattern, and provide some value, argument. Not here. You are calling the function within the function itself. Outside. Yeah. Okay. Instead of the end, either change the value to 5 or any number which you like. Okay. Now save this and run.
Johnson, she is not printing anything here. If you look at the code. In the function also. she is
Yeah. Pranali,
Yes.
you're just saying string plus and you're just concatenating the string. You're not displaying it. You need to
Okay.
print it. For inside each for loop, you need to have a print statement. Console.log.
Okay.
Only when you print it will be displayed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I will do it.
At least check whether 5 is getting displayed or not.
Huh.
Because inside your function, you have console.log 5, right?
Yes. Yes. Printing.
5 is getting printed. So add print statement within your for loop. You can see that.
Okay.
Try to make it fast, Pranali. You are completed only 2.
Yes.
Anjali, yeah.
Guys, what about others? Shriyesh, Santosh, Srihari, Varsha. Okay, after the afternoon session, we just take remote. I think at least one month you have completed, na? So you will need to present your afternoon part. Fine, guys. We just stop the session here. Okay, take your lunch break. We are going to connect at 2 o'clock once again. We have one more session today. Okay, guys. Okay, bye. Come at 2 o'clock, please. I'm just going to start the session at 2 and try to finish it at 3:30. And after 3:30, you just start working on your this and a next challenge. So at least JavaScript should be completed by 6 o'clock so that 6 to 8, you will work on your HTML challenges, guys. Okay, I'm just stopping.
Ma'am.
Yeah, who's this?
Ma'am, actually, yes, on fifth part, it is showing that password validation for given criteria.
Yes.
There is no any criteria given on what we
Uh,
have.
okay, wait. If any criteria is not given, so I just give you the criteria. Wait, what you can do. Guys, for password validation. Wait a minute, beta. Yeah. For password validation, just assume the criteria like your password must be of 8 digits. It contain at least one special character, one lowercase character, one uppercase character, and one number. Just take it like that. Hi, Johnson. Johnson, are you there? No. Ajay, the point is clear?
Yes, ma'am. And for ma'am, compute net payable amount for the item purchased based on input provided for price, quantity, and discount.
Have you remember? Today I just showed you
Yes,
one
yes,
demo,
yes.
the selling price, the product. Hmm?
Yes.
Just take the same example, na, like that. Just
Okay.
create a product object. Just choose quantity, the price over there. If user have entered, so you just take an input from user also, like make it.
Got
Okay,
it. Mhm.
got it?
Yes.
Yeah. Or one like you have already created different HTML, that is fine. So otherwise, there's no need to create different HTML for running these scripts. Just run one, just comment, just run another, just comment. You just do like that also. Okay, now I'm just going to start with the next part of JavaScript. Sprint 2, we are going to talk about now. I'm just opening a slides and just share with you. Guys, are you able to see the slides? Okay. Why the data is blank over there? Wait. Okay. Now, guys, have a look. We already like there is a one Google Fit app that have a different timestamp and is actively modulatory intense. Is activity more intense? If you just look at the data in the tabular format, Activity intense data presented in tabular format. The first one, if you just look at the window, the table, and if you just look at the second table, here the data is presented in more like with some graphical representation. If we just talk about it, display the data as a weekly target. It just display the data as a timestamp. If we just look at this, which form of representation is more useful? Okay. What about others? If we just look at this particular data is more informative in comparison to the previous one, guys. Okay, now come to the next part. Here is a data for traffic violation data, year by year, corresponding to different, like we just talk about how many users who violate the rule. This is the data in the tabular format, and this is the data in the form of, like, we just call it something column chart, something, or we call it as a bar chart also, guys. Which data is more useful for you? Guys, I want reply from all of you guys. Otherwise, we need to call names. Here also, the second one is much better approach. Okay. Now, if you just use Google Find My Device, how does the application translate the location of a phone to the exact coordinate of the map? If you remember in HTML, I also have shown you how it just pick a certain location. Varsha, you just message me right now. It's just talking about if you just use a app, Google Find My Devices. So how it convert your phone location into exact coordinates? What is the approach is going to be used here? Okay, Pranali is saying they are using a GPS over there. that is fine. They are using a certain, what we call it, certain softwares or something like that. But is there any approach with the help of that we are able to like use it? I have shown you 3 scenarios. One is of Google Fit tab, another is traffic violation data, the next one is Google Find My Devices. If we just talk about all of these things, what we are getting? We are getting certain information. That is our main task, the main approach. But when we need to display this data or something like, we need to filter the data. They are saying what is happening all of these 3 scenarios. You have a raw format of data, guys. You just transform that data and pick the useful information, that particular data. It means your raw data undergoes certain transformation to produce the useful information. Sometimes, let's take an example. At home, you have a lots of books available. They all are your raw. They all are your data. But when you read it, you will get certain information from there. In the same manner, we have a large volume of data. We just transform that data and get the useful information from that particular data. So if today we are going to talk about how to filter, how to transform your data, and if you need to perform any aggregation, so how you are able to do that. It means if you have a large volume of data, so how to filter that. This is the agenda of second post lunch topic over there. So, Wrangler data using objects and array. So it means we are going to filter, we are going to transfer your data, model data using array and objects. Now, what is data wrangling? Guys, can you say something about this into English? Guys, I'm asking something from you. Would you like to say something about what it means by data wrangling? In a simple English format, if I just talk about.
Ma'am, data cleaning or data debugging.
Yeah, majorly when we just talk about data, like first of all, data wrangling is like, yeah, definitely you are data cleaning or something like you need to do over there. Guys, data wrangling is a process basically in which we transforming our data from raw one into the another format, or it is also known as, there is a term that we call it like data munging. We have a large volume of data and we just get our informative information from that, and rest data is left over there. Guys, have a look. You have import something Wrangler data. You just make it some tidy data from that. You transform the data and you just communicate it. So we need to understand how to transform the data. That should be visualized and we need to model that, guys. Okay, guys. Data wrangling is basically the process of transforming and mapping data from raw format to another format. and it is also referred as data munging. Varsha, you are saying big amount of data, and you just put question mark. Beta, what it mean?
No, ma'am, that I answered for the data wrangling meaning. I think
Okay,
5 minutes ago. I asked what is TD, this after import.
Okay, when we just talk about TD data, it means it is a standard way of mapping a meaning of data set. TD is a structured data sum. Like it have certain structure. We have a like when we just talk about if we have a large volume of raw data, so we have a different tools also for getting a TD data from there. Whenever there are the certain rules for TD data also, like how many rows, how many columns you would like to want from there. The same manner, what are the variables you are going to define for your columns. So simply you just call your TD data is structured data. Now, what is the role play of JavaScript in data wrangling? We need to understand that first of all. Now comes to that, we know that JavaScript code, when there is an interaction with the server to fetch data, it means we are talking about, let's take an example. This is a server of nit.com, guys. You all are the client. You have requested certain repo. Okay. So you made a request from the server, request for the data. Server give the response. The first data is fetched from the server. Now, whatever the response server gives according to your request, it might be there are so many of things comes with that particular data. At certain point of time, a JavaScript is used. Wrangling of data is done. It means your data is transformed. And after that, whatever the data, whatever the data generated after transformation, that basically sent to the user, or we can say rendered to the user on the browser. So, when JavaScript code is used, when wrangling is done. This is basically we call it fetch the data. When we are just fetching a data. Next, if here is a client needs to send the data to server. Now the point is, when we are sending a data to server, let's take an example. If you would like to sign up any page, if you would like to log in any page, so you are sending a data to the server, guys. If you are sending a data to the server, no, there is no. When you send the request to the server, so data from the user is taken. Then once again, that data is transformed. And after that, it send it to the server. Remember, there are the two role plays. The client is requesting some page from the server, request for data. So when we just request for data from the server gives the response, and that contains so many of the other things also. So we just wrangle the data, we just transform the data by using a certain JavaScript and just render the data to the user. This is the first part. The second, when we talk about if we need to send, if user needs to send the data to the server. So data, first take the data from the user, transform the data and send it to the server, that particular data. So when we just perform any transformation, then JavaScript is going to be used over there. Why we need a transformation? Because the data provided by the server and required by the client are different. Guys, somewhere we have like given in which format we want this particular data. It might be we want data in the form of HTML form and Java. It might be we want data in the form of .NET and some other JavaScripts, other language like. So we need to like, if we have a two different formats, then wrangling of data plays an important role over there. So data wrangling, we can say like that, data wrangling helps to mitigate difference in data structure between the server and the client. In both of the cases, JavaScript process data and emphasize the point. And this data is not simple, but quite complex. Next, if we just talk about, they are the certain attributes of your data also, guys. What are these attributes we are talking about? Data sets are, sometimes data sets are quite large and data structure is also complex. To handle this type of data, a developer should know at least JavaScript. Like if you remember in the today's morning half session, I just talk about variable name, first name, last name. If you just look at your code, that particular in which I have declared a product or employees, like two things we have over there, like product and employees. So they are your one is of like both of are of object type, guys. If you need to work handle with object type of data, it means developer at least know JavaScript when they needs to work with array or they needs to work with object. We already know what do you mean by array. The array holds a data of similar type. The object holds a data of multiple type. Guys, any questions in this? Or I need to repeat something like what I said? I just debrief, just brief once. A client can make a request. The first, a client send a request to the server and fetch some data from there. In both of the case, we require transformation of data because client sends a request in another format and that can be understood by your server in some other format. So that's why when client sending a request, your data, your transformation of data is done at that time. At that, in the same manner, at the time of generating a response also, we just get the response in another format, but client want in another format. Then we need to require once again your certain scripts and that all to convert your data. Majorly when we need to work with array and objects, we require JavaScript concept. Guys, I have briefed once again. Any doubt? Now, guys, in front of you, there is one table is given. If you look at this particular table, it stores car data. If you just give this data to JavaScript, is JavaScript able to understand this data? Or let's take an example, if your data are stored in some database, if your data is stored in some database, that particular data is understood by JavaScript. What you say? I got only 2 to 3 replies. Yeah, when we just give this table to any JavaScript, is not understand. So that if you need to filter or something like, so to perform data wrangling, JavaScript has to read and understand the data. According to me also, JavaScript cannot understand this particular data. Now, if you look at what are the variables or something like they have given over there, like car color, car make, and car model, they are just defining the 3 things. How does JavaScript understand data? No, JavaScript does not understand the stable. JavaScript only understands primitive type and array and object. So, JavaScript is only able to understand these 3 types of data: primitive type, array, and object type. Now comes to how we are able to design array. Now your context is clear. What we are going to learn, why we are learning these arrays and objects. If we need to transform the data. Just like your Java, an array is a collection of data that's stored in sequential manner. Okay, an array stores similar type of data over there. If we just talk about how are the element exist in array, guys, can you please reply? Okay, I just got enough reply. Sequential, throw index. The next point. Can the array element be all of same type or of different type? All the elements of array should be of same type or is of different type? Okay. Can the length of the array modified in Java? Are we able to modify the length? Okay. Now check the properties. What are the properties that is available in JavaScript corresponding to array? The first, the same arrays and sequential storage of data. The second, once again, the element are accessed by index. In JavaScript, guys, array are of object type. Array are of object type, in which, once again, it starts from indexing is starts from 0. Let's take an example. If I have an array of size 10, then the values is going to store from 0 to 9. Now moving forward, how the arrays in JavaScript different from arrays in other language. If you remember, in Java, we are not able to create empty arrays. We need to declare a size, at least size. In JavaScript, we are able to create empty array. Empty array can be created in JavaScript, guys. We are able to create empty array in JavaScript. In JavaScript, array are of not fixed size, fixed length. It is mutable. We are able to change the length. It means initially we just create an empty array. Array can be populated later with the certain values. In the same manner, array in JavaScript are of fixed length. The length of the array can grow or shrink as per the element added or subtracted, or we can say removed. Dynamic typing in JavaScript helps to create heterogeneous array. Next, if we just talk about this, while declaring the array, no type is specified, similar to simple variable declaration. JavaScript pickups the type based on the data provided. Whatever the data you provided, just like your variable, so JavaScript pick up that particular type, guys. Now, if you look at below, they have given you like one sample code over there. Let us store the values show in the below table. So I'm just going to show you some part. For this. So initially, I just going to create some demo in front of you. Later on, I'm just going to show you some predefined created demos also. So what it says, create an access array element, guys. So you have this table. So you need to create this data. So now comes to the demo, how we are able to like access and create this. Guys, I'm just creating one separate JS file for this. Create and access.js. Now, how to create a data, how to create an array, how to initialize and declare. First of all, I'm just going to declare a one variable, car makes, that's going to hold some type of I have given some types. In this way, you are able to declare and initialize one array. There is another way also, guys. Let cars equal to new. This is a object form array. Now you just define your values over there. If you remember in Java, we have to use curly braces. Here we need to use square brackets, guys, because the curly braces is used for object. If you would like to display, you just simply write console.log and car makes. If you would like to add one more new car, so in Java, arrays of mutable, we are able to add data. So how you are able to add data? Simply you need to write car makes dot push. Whatever the name you would like to push, just push it. Just give the message. Once again, the console log dot patching data after pushing. Now, once again, console.log your car makes. We have pushed the data. When you push the data, guys, remember one thing. This data is going to be added at the last. If you are using push, so it is added at last. If you would like to end the data at the starting, we can say inserting the data at front. What you can use? Car makes dot unshaped, guys. So you just define your value, whatever the value you would like to add. Let's take an example. I'm just adding body. If you look at the output here, when we just run the code, then output will be Audi, Nissan, Ford, Tata, and BMW. So we just give one message also for this, so that when we just run the code in a single go, so we will have idea about after unshift. Same. How to remove a data from array. Removing from the end. Removing from the end, it means car makes dot pop. Console.log and your car makes. If you would like to remove from starting, from the front, removing from the front, then car makes dot shift, guys. There is a predefined function that is shift. Now, once again, console.log your car makes. Guys, any doubt in this? I just need to check. Okay, there is one question from Prasachal. Now cover that also. What is my array name? Car makes dot wait, it's no, it's like splice, slice. Is over there, in which we are able to do it like, yeah. Guys, we need to, like, if you would like to add some data in between now, what we need to do, we need to use slice over there. Let's take an example. If we would like to add some data at particular point. So in that case, what we need to do, we need to just define the start position and the end and at the string. So let's take an example. I would like to add at index number 1. I'm just standing at 0. I'm not defining that. And I would like to add I'm defining Hyundai. Now check console.log over there. That's basically display your car makes. Now, in the HTML, we are just going to call this particular script. I have not created any folder, so I have just directly declaring this create and access.js. Okay, now run the code and let's check.
Ma'am, it should be SRC, source.
I have not written source.
You've
Oh,
written SCL.
yeah, it's mistakenly over there. Now, initially, if you remember, we just add data Nissan, Ford, and Tata. After pushing BMW, Audi should be here. Then we just popping our data Audi, Nissan, Ford, and Tata. So, it's just remove BMW. If we just use that, so it's removed Audi, then Nissan, Ford, and Tata. But if we just wait, we're just showing, guys, this three is the meaning like length, 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 length. Why it's not going for a slice part here? Because that is, we have a slice over there. With the help of that, we are, or otherwise, wait. Hmm, because we don't have like another thing here. Hmm, nahi to otherwise, we need to like first define there is a one prototype. With the help of that, then only we are able to do it.
Ma'am, could you please open the JavaScript?
Hmm. It's not added now. I have given it index number 1.
The endpoint should be in the minus. Uh, I mean that if you want to add it at the second last, it should be -2 or else -1 like that.
No, it's no, we are not adding like, I'm just adding at index like start index. I'm just starting like that.
So the start index will be 0, right?
Ashwara, there is no need for semicolon beta here. That is also there,
Guys,
but
ma'am,
I'm
you are saying you
slice.
have to use slice and you are writing slice.
Wait a minute. That is also there, but even then, P is missing, but that we need to check. We just defining here because in this also, now yeah, it's added now. I have not given any endpoint like it's just 0. If you would like to like remove or something like, then we need to give endpoint. If it's added, it's mistakenly the P is missing over there. I have not checked that. Only the one value I would like to add over there. This is basically when we just talk about now, guys, the first parameter. The first parameter, it means the where you are going to add the value. At which position you are just adding. And let's take example. If you would like to add more values, so you just give more values here. That totally depends on you. How many values you would like to add. Guys, point is clear? Now, if what is the meaning of this 0? If you look at, so in that case, what I'm just doing, the 1 is with 0. I'm just putting a 1. Hyundai is already added. Then I'm just writing Honda. First of all, see the output. Wait a minute, I have not printed now. Console.log, wait. Console.log car makes. Guys, see the difference. What happens if I used and 1? If you use 0 and value 0 as a, like 1 is a starting, where you would like to add a value. I have given 1 as a start point, so Hyundai is added at index number 1. When I use 1, 1 in both, it means add the value at index number 1. The end 1 means remove that value and add it the new value. Guys, point is clear. What is the meaning of end? Prishachal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you would like to add more values, so I just, I'm not writing anything else. I'm just writing here only. BMW, I'm just writing here only. Giving multiple values. So just see. Multiple values added, guys. So you just pass the multiple like array also. It is of n type, the variable arguments. You can say like that. Okay.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am, one thing, please move back to the Visual Studio.
Yes.
Ma'am, when we are giving 0 with Hyundai and we are giving 1 with Honda, but ma'am, both of them are coming after that Nissan, second place after the Nissan. Why, ma'am?
Yeah. So we are adding a data at index number 1.
And ma'am, at 0 also it is coming at the same place.
Wait, what I said, I would, what is the meaning of this one? And 1?
I'm the place.
No. The first, guys, remember one thing, like, wait. If we just talk about splice, if we just talk about splice parameter, first one is start, the second one is add, and this is your values. These are the arguments. The start represent where to add. And any value to override. If the point is clear, if we just pass 0, it means we don't want to remove any value. You just add Hyundai at the first position and rest of the elements shift it to the right.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, now I'm got it.
In this case, add Honda at the position 1. Whatever the value at index number 1, remove that. You just need to override and just add these values.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay. Now,
Yes, ma'am.
fine. Now, if you just come to your slide, other demos, I'm just, if you just look at car color, car make, and car model, I'm just going to show some for this more. So we are going to create an array of array, guys. Here. So first we need to create a let cars array we have. Then we are going to create make according to that. That is eagle. Then we are going to talk about color. So any color you just define over there. Let's take example, we are defining a blue color like. Then we are going to talk about model, any model. I'm not declaring all the values, I'm just taking some. Now, first, this is my first car data. Let's take an example like this. Go to your slide. If you just talk about this is this particular row, blue, eagle, and Teslon. TSI. This is my first car data. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one another object that is car. That is an empty object. When we are just writing car dot push. First, what we need to push, make car dot push color. Any order you can choose according to you. Car dot push model. Your car object is populate. It means we just get first car. Now, cars dot push car. So we are an array of array can be created like this. If you would like me to push more data, you just copy this data and just give another values, guys. Like I'm just giving what are the values, just once again the Nissan red. Look at the Nissan, and we are just taking as color as red and just taking it Sentra premium. New values once again. Now car dot push. First push make. According the order should be same. I'm just using car dot push your color. Then car dot push. That should be model. Another car data populate. I'm just going to populate 2 data, not more than that. Cars dot push your car. At the last, if you would like to console.log, just give that message, fetching all the cars details. Console.log, that is cars. Now just check the output. Why it's okay? Wait. I think at the above also I have declared a cars. Yeah, this one I'm just going to comment. It's not loading. Okay, wait. I think I have just copied and pasted. Wait, guys. It says for make, that is that particular variable is already declared. So I'm not going to declare it once again, just changing a values. Fetch all the car details. It says 2 rows, array of 6, array of 6. Why just okay, why it just happens once again? Wait, I think I have used once again. I have not empty the object. Guys, have a look what happens. I just make it correct. First of all, look what happens here, so that I just explain to you also. Guys, if you remember, I have created a one object cars that contain all the car, and car contains 3 things: make, model, and color. If you look at the code, this is your car object. I have declared a variable. I have added, first of all, the details corresponding to Teslon or blue one. After that, I'm adding once again the Nissan red and premium. Before adding a data, guys, we need to empty the car object, car equal to empty. Otherwise, it's just going to be add further. We need to empty the car object once again. Now change the output. The output got changed. Guys, have you understood or not? Otherwise, I just repeat or I just move forward. Okay, Rohini, I just repeat beta. We need to design this structure. Have a look. That is given in the slide. If you look at this is a one array. This is also one array. This is also one array. This is also one array. And this contains into a one table. So your table is once again a one array. What I did,
Ma'am, can you explain from the start? It's a bit confusing.
from where? Here only, na?
From the first line, ma'am.
You are talking about the first one, this part also the shift operations.
No, ma'am, the array part over there.
So from there I'm just doing beta.
Acha.
If you look at, I have created a one array with the name cars. First array that contain all the cars, guys. What are the details of the car? Make, model, and color. So I have declared three more variable: make, car, and model. This car, make, color, and model is going to be represent one object. So I have declared one more array, that is car, and push all the three things into car first of all. First I populate car array. Now push this car array into cars, guys. The first row is generated of the table. Now I need to generate a second row. I have already declared a variable at line number 41, 42, 43. I have not declared it once again. If I declare it once again here, it gives you the error that I just copy pasted that we got. We just change the values of these three variables. Empty the car array. Car. If I am not empty now, so if you see it just added. We are just getting a size of the array was 6. We just empty the array. Push the data once again. And push car into the cars. Another row, or you can say like that, we are just creating another row here. We are creating a first row from here and just pushing into the array cars. At the last, we are displaying the cars. Pranali, anyone says not able to understand, now you are able to understand, or any doubt, you just ask me. Otherwise, beta, it creates a problem for you if you are not able to like ask right now. Rohini got it, fine. What about others?
Ma'am, can't we put the data directly into the car? Means we are storing it in the variable on line number 35 or something.
Yeah, we are able to do that.
So why we are first we are storing it in variable, then pushing it in another array.
Yes. If let's take an example, if you need to take an input from user, then
Okay.
definitely you need to declare a variable in that case.
Yes.
You directly write like this also. Now you are saying, wait, what you want me to cars dot push. You just write like this. Sorry. First make color black, and after that we are just write something like that. We are able to do like this also. If you just look at the code, it's created the third row, but it is not dynamic. Only the difference is this.
Okay.
If you need to take an input from user, then okay.
Okay. And show the starting code just.
Here I just, if you remember now, we just define push, pop, shift, unshift, and slice.
Yes.
Okay, now moving forward.
Okay.
Guys, I have already this. Okay, just explain it. Have a look. We already did this part. This is using simple array concept over there, creating an array, and this is when you just use let cars equal to new array. So this is using a constructor part, guys. Basically, in this way, we are defining a constructor. We just declaring a default value, declaring a array with default 3 values here. Okay, now come to the next part. This thing I have already told you. This we are able to create an array with the help of new keyword also. New array, you just pass the values. Or if it is empty array we are creating of 0 length, we just push with the help of push method. Now guys, there is a one question for you. Now first of all, just give me the output for this. What will be the output in this? What will be the length of the array here? Pranali, beta, how the length is 2? We are adding 3 values. I'm not saying index number. What will be the last index number?
Then 3, ma'am.
I'm saying na length.
Yes, yes. I think index number, so that's why I said 2.
Guys, if you look at how many values we are passing, 3 values we are passing. So that's why it's printing Ford, Nissan and data, and its length is 3. Now, look at this particular code, the right one. Let car equal to new array 3. We are creating an array of 3. We are not passing any values. When we write console.log car, so it gives you any output? No. But what will be the length here? Shara, what happens when first you just reply 3 and then you reply 4?
Ma'am, elements 3, ma'am, 3 will be length.
Guys, here there is a one point that you need to remember. We are creating an array of size 3. If you are not pushing any data, even then the size, when we try to display the size of this array, if we just try to get the length of this array, the length of this array is 3. Remember one thing, when you are using constructor, when you are not passing any values, the length is equivalent to the number of string. Pranali, point is clear, beta?
Yes, ma'am.
Ajay? So it means if it accepts integer, the array of length is 3. What happens? Yeah. Have a look, guys. So do one thing, whenever you are going to create array, don't use this constructor part. Better approach is this one. Otherwise, you will get confused. Guys, point is clear now. So remember, we are not going to use new keyword constructor part. Now, once again, here is a quick check. Please answer. What it will display at car of 0, car of 4, car of 5, and car dot not. Ajay, what about last? Last is okay. Okay, Varsha, great. What about Navneet, Shri Hari? Guys, all you are awake, na? Who are not replying? Siddesh? Navneet, you have replied me C. What C? What I'm asking, we have declared a one array. It means you are not present here, Navneet.
Ma'am, I am present here.
If you are present, why you have replied me C? What I'm asking?
Ma'am, which among the four could be the output? Ma'am, you have asked for the quick check now.
Yeah. Just read the problem statement, the first statement. Navneet, if you look at, we have declared a one array. We are fetching our values index by index. Car of 0. That is Ford. Car of 4. That is BMW. Car of 5. There is no value at index number 5. That is undefined. We will get undefined over there. And cars dot 0 is error. Guys, point is clear? Have a look. Now, come to the next. We are able to perform certain operations on the array. We know that array is a collection of values. What are the common operations that we are able to perform on array? Like if you look at traversal, for each, iteratively, we just iterate one value after the another one. Okay. The insertion, I have already showed you. Push, unshift, removal, pop, shift, and splice is also for removal. Nice. Transformation for map, filter, and slice over there. For search, we need to use find and index of. And aggregation is we have like we need to find out a sum, count, max, min, average, grouping. All of these things we are able to do. We are able to modify data also. Like now we need to work with transformation in these parts. Now, another demo. For the given array of product price, write the JavaScript function to get their price. Post detection of given discount. Discount is provided as percentage value. Guys, it means we need to find out a, we need to just pass the discount value. Okay, and we need to perform certain things over there. Now, what it says, we have a product that have a price. It means we have a certain products that contains product name and a price. They are the two things is available over there. What it says, we need to filter out the premium products first of all. Apply a 15% discount on all the non-premium products. Create a stock of each product type. There are two different demos. This is the one demo. Okay. And this is your second demo. According to user's choice, we just need to give a certain discount. I'm just going to show you this. I'm not going to type more, otherwise it just take a whole day for. Mm. Hmm. Wait, guys, I'm just Downloading my demos first of all and just show you. Guys, can you please tell me Visual Studio screen is visible to you or not?
Yes, I will do it.
Okay, fine. Guys, have a look. The second part, that is for the given array of product price, write the JavaScript function. After calculating a discount, we need to find out. Now have a look. I'm just putting at the bottom so that you're just able to understand. We have created a one array of array, we can call like that. Guys, now if you just look at, we have certain products like Gucci round bucket belt 300. We are just defining a certain prices over there also. The product name, the price, the product name, price. We just added into a one array, that is constant product. You just here I have given a default values. If you don't want to take it a default values, what you can say, you just create just the car way. Okay, we need to calculate a discount. We need to write one function for that. Either you use the simple function or either you use arrow function. So I'm just going to use arrow function so that you are able to learn the way. So whenever you need to write an arrow function, first you need to write the function name. Just come to, guys, come to the line number 17. Calculate discount price. This is my function name. Then equal to operator. Then argument. We need to pass the discount, the first argument. Your arrow. In a curly braces, we are going to write the code. Now, This is my array. We are able to find out the length of this array the same way in Java. We have a property products.length, guys. Let I equal to 0, I less than products.length, I plus plus. Now, you need to tell me this is my first product. Okay. If this is my first product, it is in two-dimensional array format. Guys, can you please reply me? We need to calculate a discount. So it means we need to calculate a discount. It means what we want. Price. If we just fetch the first value, the index 0, this price is at index number what? 1. If you look at the code for, I'm just writing, I'm just picking a first product. Let's take an example. We just writing product of I. We need to fetch 0 position data. So we can write like this. If we need to fetch the price, guys, I, the first time it representing Gucci belt, bucket belt. The next time is talking about once again Gucci round bucket belt 300. The next time smiley t-shirt when the loop is running. The one time the I is replaced by 0, the 1, the 2, the 3 and a 4. Because we have 5 values. If you look at the code, we need to find out a discount price. This is the original price of the product. We are calculating a discount here. And just override the value. We just call the function calculate discount price by the value 10. In the console.log, we just display the data. This is a one way we are able to write. Now I'm just going to create one file over there so that we just run the code. Later on, I just tell you, just check. Source. What is your create? Wait. This is your demo 2. Now run the code. Okay, wait. Here the products is declared twice. I need to comment one code. Wait a minute, guys. So what can I do? This code I just explain you. Wait for some time. Now, guys, look at the code. The 10%, the new values, 310%, 270 after discounting. Now, once again, if you look at the important point is here only that you need to understand. I think there is no doubt in this part, no one. This is the lambda part. We are just putting a loop because we need to traverse all the values. In the second, if we just look at, guys, just tell me, have you understood this or not? Shall I proceed further? If no doubt. Okay. Now, just making this code as comment. Now I'm just going to show you another way. Guys, if you remember, you have learned map and that all part over there in Java. The same way we have other functions here, guys. That I'm just going to show you. Guys, look at the code at line number, that is 35. Your function name. These parameters depend on you. If you want, you just put it. Otherwise, there is no need. That already I told you. Products is your array name dot map. We are using map here, guys. This is your array name dot map. This is any of the variable that contains the first. When you just traverse, it contains this first value. Now, don't confuse with this. Otherwise, I have removed this for a timing. We need to find out a discount once again. So the first values goes here. So then product of 1, we are just calculating a discount from 300. We are just minus the discount, and the product is updated over there, guys. We are calling a method, store the result into new array, discount prices, and just display the product. Now, if you look at the code, these all are the prices. In the previous one, what we did, we just update the main list. Here, we are not updating a main list. If you would like to display the product also, guys, have a look in line number 36, what I'm doing. Product of 0. In Java also, what is the purpose of map function? It means it's call this particular function on every value of this product. So this is the first value of a product. This is the second value. If you remember the Java map, the same. This is your array name dot map. and just pass any variable here. So it means it just traverse one by one value goes here, and here we are just calculating the discount price, and this basically we are just displaying. We are just displaying a discounted price data, what when after calling a function, and at the last, if you see, we are just displaying the previous values, whatever the values we have. Guys, have you understood?
Ma'am, can you repeat the line number 36? What is product 0?
Yeah. What I am saying, what product stores, Roshni? The first element of the products.
Yes.
Agree?
Yes.
What it means first element. What is the first element? This Gucci round belt, bucket belt, and 300.
Yes.
Product 0 means Gucci round bucket belt. Product 1 is 300.
Okay.
Here we are not using loop now. The map by default calling this function on each and every value of products. The same way, if you remember in Java also, in Lambda, this is a like callback function. We are not calculating anything. We just using a stream here. We just using it that. Yeah, Varsha, we just talk about in Lambda with the help of Lambda and the stream API you did. The filter, the map, the same thing we have here also. Roshni, point is clear. What is the meaning of this 0?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, earlier what happens, I just, it's not giving you the values like of product of 0. That's why I have used this. Product of 0 is also coming, and your discount price is also coming over there. Now, come to the next demo. Filter out the premium products, guys. We need to filter out the premium products. It means we need to put one filter. What is a filter? Let's take an example. If you just look at this particular code, so we just put filter like all the products who is having a value less than 300. They all are non-premium products. Okay. Now, guys, have a look. We just added more values to the array. Premium products are those products whose value is greater than 300. So there are 3 premium products if you just look at here. How to filter? If you remember in stream, you just write your array name, products dot filter, and you need to pass your filter condition over there. So we just write P lambda expression if you remember over there. P of 1 is greater than 300. P should be anything, guys. And you just store the result into any variable that is premium product. Array have predefined function that is filter, and I have written a lambda. If you remember in stream, this is your lambda expression, and this is same in stream API. Why we use this is the first values goes to P of 1. The index number is 400 is 1. Guys, can you please tell me, have you understood? Okay, now I'm just removing this. We need to calculate a discount on non-premium products, guys. Premium, not on the premium. So this thing, let's have a look. Filter. Product is less than 300. That is a non-premium products. Now, once again, guys, we require a map because we need to calculate a discount. The filter is just filtering our data. So whatever the result we get, once again, we need to calculate the map on that. Whatever the output we get, then dot map, your variable once again, you are printing product of 0, and here we are calculating a discount of 15% according to the problem statement. Guys, can you please tell me the point is clear or not? Okay, now we just see the output for this first. Go to this. Now change the script only. Guys, have a look. The premium product, non-premium product. Okay. The third one I have not explained you yet. Now, guys, look at the second output first of all. If you look at shiny nail paint comes twice. Guys, can you please tell me? What we want, we would like to reduce the result, guys. We would like to reduce this particular result. Okay. Now, how we are able to achieve this? We need to once again traverse, guys, this particular part. Have a look. Your non-premium products is stored into non-premium product variable. We are just what we are doing. Non-premium products. We are using a reduce function over there. In this is once again a callback over there. We just writing a lambda having a two parameters. One is stock taking and another is product. Stocks.map. It means we just putting the value at index number 0, just taking that. Dot, we are just getting an index number of a product, 0. If the product index number is greater than equal to 0, we are just taking a product of 0. Because one by one the values goes over there. Guys, if we just talk about like this is basically the initially we just take it as blank. This, if you just confuse what is this and what is this is the empty array in which we are going to store the new result. This stock is the new array in which we are going to store the result. And this is your one by one value that we are just going to put corresponding to non-premium products. So that's why we are checking a stocks of S of 0. We are just getting an index number of first product. If it is greater than equal to 0, so we just getting a first product from there, like Gucci belt or something like. Whatever the products like product index, and we are just getting one from there, like we are getting a price from there. Initially we just declare it as 0. Now we just stock product index over there. Otherwise stock dot push product of 0 1 if it is not greater than 0. And at the last we are just returning the stock, whatever the stock we have. Whatever the stock is returning, that going to be stored in product type stock, and we are just displaying the product type stock over there. We just have written the logic here. First create an empty array, and this is your that contains the one by one value of products, non-premium products. This is basically the, we can call it as like we are just doing a chaining also, guys. Here first we use filter, then we use map, and we just reduce the result. Guys, any questions?
Ma'am, what a reduce function is doing?
Yeah. The reduce function is basically reducing your result size. This methods basically we call it like execute a reducer function for each value of an array. It returns a single value. One more thing, it never be like change the original array. If you look at, I have just given you the input over there. But have a look. Your shiny nail paint comes twice in this non-premium products. What I want if it is twice, I would like to count. Let's take like that. If you look at it, just change the output. Okay, now come to that. If you see in reduce, I have passed two arguments. The first argument is callback. You can say like that. The first argument is callback. The second argument is your initial value. You can say like this. This is your callback. I just write it over there. Reduce. This is your callback. And the second one is your initial value, whatever the value we have. Okay, now stock.map. We are just calling once again on this stock.map callback function. S just taking a 0. The first product we are just taking. The index number of product 0 we are just picking and storing it into product index. If product index is greater than 0, what we are doing, we are just incrementing it. Product index of 1. Position. If you remember the data is at like, otherwise we just put it 1. Product of 0, Gucci belt, the 1. The next time if the loop is coming, the product index is comes greater than 0. This value comes greater than 0 when the loop comes next time. If it is the same product, if it is the same product, then it just goes for incrementing. Otherwise, once again, it just put the product and just give the value as a 1 over there.
Ma'am, this if condition is just checking if the same product is coming, then it is just incrementing the quantity.
Quantity.
Okay, okay. Else, if it is another product, then
Another product, then we just put a product name and just one.
okay. So this in else condition, product 0 after that comma na 1. This 1 is a product index na
Product quantity.
quantity. Okay, okay.
One.
Okay.
Initially, if you're just this product, if you're adding this product first time, then the quantity is one. If you're running a code, this product index is basically just checking whether that it is one or like this product is already added or not.
Okay, okay.
At the last, we are just displaying a product type stock over there. Okay, now comes to the next part. This is done. Guys, can you please answer this quick check? Here we have written a code that should filter out a color starting with R. Code creates an empty array. What is the correction required here? What is missing here? If you look at the code,
Equals ignore case.
let's take it like we don't would like to ignore it or something like. Deepak, once again in JavaScript, there is no need to terminate a line, guys. Okay, if you look at my code, okay, I have not like write that particular part over there. I have not written something over there, na. First, if you look at, you just what you are doing here. Someone said me there's no value starting with capital R. What we are doing here, list what we are doing first, we are just putting map. Guys, have a look. So it means whatever the values we have, we just converted those value into uppercase. Then we are filtering. Guys, we need to return the values. We have not returned the values. Have a look. We need to put return value dot start with R. If you return, then only just put the boolean value, no? So you miss the return part here. That's why it's just giving you the null. As it says, return keyword is must as filter function needs predicate. Okay, now comes to the next part, that is the last part for this, object. Guys, already we know that. What do we mean by object? Object in JavaScript is same as other programming language. It can also be compared to real life objects. The concepts of objects, when we just understood real life tangible objects, or we can say object is an standalone entity having with certain properties. If you just look at car demo, we have make, color, model. Or we just if you look at, they just give you the certain attributes of car, color, engine and wheel, and there are the certain behaviors of your car like speed up, apply brake, change gear. These all are the function properties. If you would like to compare the properties of cup, a cup can have one color, it can have certain design, weight, which material is used to design a cup. In the same manner, when we just talk about JavaScript object can have properties that define certain characteristics. Now, if you look at, an object is a collection of properties. Properties and association between key value pair. Property value can be a function. Now, creating an object using initializer, the same way that we did in the car part, in the product also, what we call it, the discount, the price, the quantity. We are just creating a car object type Honda ZXi, color red, wheels 4, engine this. Guys, remember we are talking about object. There is a small difference between array and object. Here we are using curly braces. Have a look. In array, we have used square parenthesis, square brackets. This is the difference here. This is an object of object. Wheel 4, engine. So another object, engine is object of object. Engine has 4 cylinder and size is 2.2. This engine object is closing here, and here the car is closing. At the last, we are displaying my car. Okay, so this is basically when we just talk about it, just creating an object using initializer. We are creating just one object, guys. Single instance is created with using this. If you would like to create multiple instance, so now just move for a next part, creating object using constructors, guys. We are able to create constructors. We are able to create multiple objects using constructors. Guys, if you look at this code, one is my car, another is engine. So what we can do, we just define two functions. One function is a engine, another is car. Engine has two properties, cylinder and size. This engine is going to be pass. If you remember the concept of what we call it this keyword over there. Function your car, make, model, year, slender and size we are passing. This dot make, this dot model, this dot year. The three values we are passing like this. The two values we are passing in this dot engine equal to new engine. Slender and size we are passing over there. Now, if you need to call, we just the same way we did in Java. In Java, we need to write class name, object name equal to new class name. Here, there is no concept of class right now we have. So we just declare a one variable jack underscore car, new car. We just pass our five values like make, model, year, slender and size. Jill car, your five values once again. And here we are just displaying a data. So if we using this creating object using constructor, so we are able to do like so many objects we are able to create.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
if you want to get the Jill's cars model, okay, not the whole details, only model. So in Java, we used to do that dot
The same
get
way.
with getter and
Same,
setter. But here
same.
we didn't uh, use getter and setter.
We don't use getter and setters here, guys. You are talking about like the same way we did over there because right now we don't have class here. If you would like to access na, so you simply what you needs to do
Hmm.
that concept you want na, you just write jack underscore car dot model
Acha, acha. Okay.
dot year. You can like we just get like that.
Okay.
But in that case, if you just talk about these model is not accessible to jack underscore car right now. We need to modify this code completely. We need to either we can just say like that. We just need to add the properties like whatever the value we are passing here na make model and we need to declare the variable and passing though empty first whosoever have asked you need to just pass the empty variable here and just pass those variable here, then only we are able to accessible. Like we don't have like fojo concept here right now. We are not talking about getter and setters right now, but when you just move to Angular, we just talk about over there. Guys, can you please tell me, have you understood this particular part or not? Any doubt in this? Okay, now have a look. Create a JavaScript. Let us model the blow car data using object. The same code that I have showed you on the slide. Okay, guys, now I'm not typing a same code once again. This only the difference is it contains year. One more parameter, it does not contain year. Or if you want, I just don't, in place of wasting a time, just give me a second. I just show you one predefined demo for that. Guys, have a look. We have declared a same engine function that have slender in size. Okay, this is one that's the same one, na? Yeah. Car, make, model, color, and engine. We just create an object of jack underscore car, Jill underscore car. Now, let's take an example. I would like to add year to jack car. So we are able to do that, guys. So what simply we need to that jack underscore car dot year. You just define your value. If you're going to print jack underscore car dot year, so this value you are able to get it. If you add this property year to jack, this does not affect any another object. If you would like to if just call, have a look guys, line number 30. We have not defined any year to zil car, so it just give you undefined. Now if you want, guys, point is clear or not? Initially, if you look at the code in car, we just declared 5 properties. We have not declared year. Here we are adding one more property to jack, but this property is only belongs to jack, not Jill. If we just try to display the Jill data with the year, it just give you undefined. Guys, shall I proceed further? Or any question in this? Or I need to run it?
Ma'am,
Okay.
while creating the object, did we take this year? Can you scroll up?
We just take if you want. If you want, you just take one year. But at the time of creating an object, you need to give this value.
But ma'am, when we creating this object, like creating the function, we didn't take the year, okay? And directly we are assigning the year over here. So
But whom?
how it will be added?
Whom?
I understand that we are adding it into Jack's car,
Yeah.
but
But this is wait. This is basically if you remember what type of array we have, what type of at any point of time we are able to add values to the array. Na? We are
hmm,
able to increase the size of array.
hmm,
In a same here also we are able to add more properties to our object.
okay. So this year will directly will be added to the Jack's
That
car
car,
if
yes.
we like get this console.log, and instead of Jack car dot year, if we wrote it like Jack underscore car, so we'll get the all the
All
details
the details, yes.
with the year,
With
right?
the year, yes.
Acha.
Okay, guys, you just take 5 minutes break. If you just take only the two more, one more demo I need to show you. Then after that, Johnson, just release your next part. Rohini, we just come after the break. I just run this code beta. Okay, guys, just take your time. It's 4:32. Just come back at 4:40. Guys, for this part, I just whatever I just teach last 20 minutes, that is not recorded. So if you just want me to repeat anything, so I just do it, okay, to tell you separately. Ajay, what you say? How is this how this is done? Like we need to write the code for this beta. Okay, now I think Johnson is not here. No, no. Okay, I just release your challenge for this and just guys first please work on JavaScript challenge. Try to complete it. First work on the first one, then after that just work on this. Resolve impedance mismatch. Na? Hmm. Not yet. Guys, one more thing I would like to say. If you just look at the boilerplate, so they have already created a certain HTML codes for you. You just need to write the JavaScript. One more thing, when you just going to write a JavaScript, if they create any function, whatever the parameters they just provide you, you need to use only those parameters. Don't modify it anything. Okay. The application is like that. There are the Kriya is an application that basically manage and track tasks. Okay. Kriya has three major components. One is a task support, task clicks, and a card. Kriya and Bootstrap phase, board ID, board name, board description. list ID, board ID, list name, card ID, list ID, board ID, and a card title, and a comment ID, card ID, comment text, and timestamp. It means you need to first create a array of objects for this. First of all, you need to create a structure for this. If you look at, we have a board, we have a list, we have a card, we have a comment. 4 things we have. And they have designed this for you already. They have given you the sample input also at the bottom. This is a bootstrap phase. But at the part 2, they have designed something like input format for data. But if you just check, they want some expected data format. So it means you need to first design this format of data according to this bootstrap phase. What is your task? You need to just give the input format of data. Guys, remember one thing, this is just in sample data. It might be some of the things is given like missing over there. We need to generate this expected data format. Your output should be board, then board ID, board title, member, then list. List contain list ID, list title, and card. Card contain card ID, card title, and comment contain comment ID, comment text. So here input format is not equal to expected format. You need to perform data wrangling process to resolve this impedance mismatch. They are saying you need to start with board array, transform the board data such that each board, the data should contain board ID, board title, and list. List should be retrieved from list array. Performing filter operation on list such that the list for a particular board should have its board ID matching with the board ID of that particular board. It means we have a different list. First, we have a board, we have a list. Then we have a card array, different. The card of particular list should have its list ID matching with the list ID of the list. So your card contain card ID, card title, and count of comments. The comment should be retrieved from comment array. Once we need to once again performing filter operation on card such that comment counted for a particular card should have their card ID matching with the card ID of that particular card. It means, if you remember the last slide, last to last slide, customer ID and order. So we need to perform filtration first of all, guys. After comparing our data, we need to generate this particular result. This is the expected data format. Now, where you need to write the code. If you look at in the scripts, they have given you so many JavaScripts. They have already given you certain input. If you look at input.js, you don't need to take your own data. Some of the part they already did for you. This is script.js. That is already did it. Okay, don't worry for these codes. You are not able to understand these codes right now. But when we are just going to move in Angular, then you are able to understand these codes. Now the question is where you need to write the data, where you need to like write this transformation or filter part. Guys, just you need to write the code in transformer.js. You need to write your solution here. For filtering part. Okay. I'm just going to share the link for this. If you want, you just take 10 to 15 minutes break. Then after that, start working on this. Guys, one more thing. Don't go for HTML first. First, please complete these two challenges by today only. By till 8 o'clock, please complete this. Then after that, take a rest. And then after that, start working on your HTML challenges. If there is no backlog in this, so definitely on Saturday, Sunday, you will get time to complete all of your HTML challenges. Guys, once again, I'm saying, please, whatever the backlog you have, you just complete by this Saturday or Sunday. Otherwise, it's a problem for us. Because when Angular starts or when when JavaScript, we just go into deeper, it takes time to do the challenge. Please utilize your Saturday and Sunday for completing HTML challenges. Okay, I'm just stop sharing my machine. If you have any doubt, either you just ping me.
Yes.
I had already completed in the morning. Huh?
Only phone number is not completed. Rest is completed. Only this means I am not able to validate this type of phone number.
Wait, if it contains.
I have written over there like dash space, but it's showing me error for this type.
You are talking about the parenthesis one, na?
Yes. Parenthesis and space is there, na? Like in this +1 space, then parenthesis.
In that case, we need to like, wait, we need to check one script for that. That basically check all the phone numbers if you just talk about. It contains 091. Can you just give a dot also over there? Like space in between somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. Because in some case, I think
Wait.
here,
Here,
ma'am, here.
here, if you just see, you just give space also, na here.
Here, ma'am.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just sharing one one script over there. You just check that also, it will work. Only you need to give parentheses over there.
Yes, ma'am. Parentheses and space and dash, dot, all are there.
So that's why I'm saying that just give space also after this and just check. Here I have typed something, but it gives me isn't a valid command. Why it's just telling me this thing? It's not trying to paste me.
Number dot match is not a function.
The exception is here once again.
And for this number in morning it is working fine. In morning for this number it's work fine, but now it's
But you
giving
made something you just modify something, or that's why it gives you na.
number dot match is not a function.
You just modified, I think, just when you just give the this prompt due to that. Can you check that?
No, ma'am. It's again coming.
No. I'm saying when you just given the before prompt, it was working fine. Na, I think you said.
Yes, no, but ma'am, for password it's working fine like this. Same I have did for password also. Password dot match. When I open this, it's working for me. Like
नहीं,
same.
I'm saying like when ka before we just due to that it's not a problem na prompt because there is no
No,
issues in
ma'am.
prompt. Yeah.
No.
Wait, it means we need to change this. For all countries if we just talk about.
Ma'am, instead of that match, we can use test also. But the sequence will be changed. Phone number dot test dot number.
Phone number.
Yes, phone number
Dot.
test
Or
test in the bracket number.
this number.
Hmm.
Just remove match.
The phone number too.
Phone
So
number.
the complete phone number we need to remove na.
Hmm.
But if the problem is of like we need to check that.
Yes, it's now working. But for this phone number only.
Check
You
for
are
others.
telling me to give space here, na?
Yeah.
False.
It's not working for that particular phone number. Na?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, yeah, who's this?
Yeah, ma'am, this is Rohini. Maybe that the problem with that parse int, because in regex we are using dot plus and bracket.
Yeah, that might be a problem over there. So that's definitely that will be a problem over there.
Okay, okay, wait.
So that's the same thing, Ajay, I said now. When you have used pass int this thing, then only you face problem.